Oh hey, we appear to be live. Don't mind this orange fella in the background, he's a bit neurodivergent. So today marks the 250th anniversary of the founding of the United States of America, the #1 colonial power in the world today. And we're gonna celebrate. We're gonna celebrate. We are going to celebrate this. That was a hard one. While drinking Arizona and talking about the war crimes that America has done in the past 250 years. It's hairball season, it seems. Let me just give this little guy hairball laxative. I'll be right back. Yeah, if you have a cat and he's storing up hairballs, there's this kind of hairball laxative paste that's very useful. Alright. So, I'm going to follow some kind of video script that I never finished for this Yap Sesh regarding the United States of America, right? Regarding Cuba, regarding Venezuela, regarding Iran, Palestine, and so on and so forth. Yeah. So, first of all, before anything, I'm going to go to Al Jazeera to get some news. I improved the streaming setup a bit. I got the streaming computer, which is this laptop, and I picked up a cheap ThinkPad off of Marketplace to use as a kind of second device. With a monitor and the phone mounted right behind it. I think it's working pretty well. We're gonna see if I'm keeping it like that. Yeah, today is the funeral of Supreme Leader Ayatollah Khamenei in Iran, and Trump made a statement saying, "Oh, I thought people hated him. I'm surprised that so many people are mourning him." My brother in Christ, you martyred him. You threw a fucking bomb at him while he was in his home, just fucking aura maxing, aura farming. You created a martyr in a Shia Muslim state, and you are surprised that the people are mourning him as a martyr. How brain dead can these people be? Genuinely, like... I mean, there's the whole fiasco with the reflecting pool. I don't care. I'm not a lib shit Democrat who thinks that the main problems with the USA are stupid ballrooms and stupid reflecting pools. No. What I care about is US imperialism and capitalism. Whoever runs the USA is a capitalist ghoul, but some are arguably stupider than others, right? How do you spend millions of dollars in a reflecting pool all to have paint chips that peel away that RFK Jr. is gonna sweep in and eat because his brainworm told him to do so? Yeah, his name is Apricot. He's 3 years old. Pick him up at the shelter in 2024. And yeah. He's orange, as you can see. So, now this past year, especially 2025, late 2025 and 2026, we've seen an exacerbation of the US's warmongering tactics as the State Department realizes that the country is kind of losing its grip on the unilateral hegemony it has enjoyed over the entirety of the world since the dissolution of the communist bloc in the early 1990s. And I think it's important more than ever to speak up against US imperialism and to denounce it with a principled socialist line, because as the empire collapses, as the empire enters a stage of downfall and general crisis, it is going to imperialize more than ever. Of course, that's what it does. Kind of how you have the good old Samson option of Israel that everyone was talking about last year when it first attacked Iran, where it's basically the song, right? If I go down, we go down together. But I think it's also paired with utterly incompetent leadership, right? You've had Michael Parenti tell us that the US ruling class are not stupid and that the leaders are not stupid. If you think so, you are stupid. But right now, it seems like they've just given up on actual concrete policy advising, and it's hard to see the rationale behind it. Sure, Cuba got pressured into capitalist restoration earlier this month with hundreds of reforms permitting US investments in the country. I do hope it's going to be a relief immediately for Cubans who needed gas, if the US decides to let some petroleum up in the country. So, but arguably, it's a very bad thing to restore capitalism in a socialist or a country trying to build socialism under US blockade for 70 years. So, yeah, I'd like to say that the recent actions of the USA are, I'd say, half irrational and half have some kind of goal in mind. Now, yeah, as I've been saying in yesterday's video on imperialism, monopoly capitalism and imperialism do not do away with competition, and this is manifested notably within the monopolies themselves, where individual capitalists will seek to compete with each other for power and will disagree with each other on very, very trivial things. But I think we can also talk about China, right? Now, arguably, China is an imperialist entity in the BRICS bloc, an alliance of imperialist countries, imperialist as in exporting finance capital abroad to benefit their own nation or national bourgeoisie. In the case of China, of course, there's a national bourgeoisie. That's what Deng's reforms were all about. You cannot build a strong capitalism without a strong bourgeoisie. Even if there is political control over the bourgeoisie, which is arguable since capitalists are in the Communist Party of China, BRI is still a threat to US interests, or in the psyche of these American magnates and the political class, right? Even though China is this entity, China sees in the long term. America doesn't. So they're building all this infrastructure while the US is losing its grasp, on the colonies it seeks to take away from Spain in the 1900s. They cannot see themselves collaborating with the BRICS bloc. No. Do I think that BRICS and BRI are somehow great proletarian internationalism and believe into the whole China do nothing win grift. No, I do not. This is utterly nonsensical if you seek to actually advance the class struggle in your own nation. Apologies, I have a terrorist in the house. Apricot would probably join the IDF if he was human. I'm sorry, that's mean. So yeah. The imperialist rhetoric towards Venezuela, Cuba, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Bolivia, Peru, Chile, Iran, Palestine, China before the 70s. All these different countries has been changing in the past decades, of course. In the 60s, the US was planning to nuke China. It was planning to genocide the Cuban population. It was planning to take over the entirety of the socialist or non-aligned bloc. And sometimes his behavior baffles me. Mine. And recently you've had like... Well, we always knew that the whole democracy thing was bullshit, right? As in the motivation for invasion of Iraq, Afghanistan, and other countries. Human rights, democracy, fighting communism. That's the broad reasons for US imperialist policy. Not the broad reasons, but the reasons that the US ruling class openly says. We know that it is to export finance capital, to get cheap resources and cheap land and cheap labor power in other countries, and to fight the communist bloc, of course, the socialist construction in countries which are in the imperial periphery. But now they've done away entirely with this whole democracy and freedom thing, right? Not only is the crisis of capitalism in the USA intensifying to a degree where Americans themselves are being shut down by the American ruling class and the American monopoly state. I'm getting lost in my own words. It doesn't help to have this kind of wild beast running around the apartment. Okay, that's enough. So, you've had the fear of the fear mongering about Iranian nuclear weapons since the 1980s, right? Every year, Benjamin Netanyahu was saying, Iran are 2 weeks away from getting a nuclear weapon. And then he was saying this for 30, 40 years without any actual proof of it, without any actual reason to fear Iran. This fear mongering itself was to how do you say this? To craquer, braquer, to get the American and the Israeli public, or the people in the West, right, scared of Iran and supportive of imperialist policy. Oop. Let me not get copyright claimed again. So yeah. Now, there was the whole narco trafficking thing, which, yeah, of course, there's an influx of fentanyl. A lot of it is coming from China, but the US is blaming Venezuela, even though they don't produce any cocaine or fentanyl on a large scale that they export. Certainly not Venezuela. But they've been striking fishing boats and people trying to deliver aid to Cuba, or even simply just entering the Caribbean with a boat or a fishing boat. They're straight up just striking people without any motive for fun and claiming that they were narco traffickers. We don't need any proof of it. That's one thing. Ay, ay, ay. Yeah, I overestimated the capacities of this ThinkPad. After this whole monologue, we're gonna have an article by the Red Phoenix about the American bourgeois revolution and Marxism. We're gonna read this on stream. Thank you to Leon Rasseldalter on the ARML Educational Society group for sending this to me. So, talking about Manifest Destiny, none of this is anything new. The US is... I'll be right back. I can't. Apologies, I had something lodged in my throat, probably Che Guevara's big, girthy, throbbing... Sorry. So, as I've been saying, the US is a colonial project of... a settler colonial project based on Manifest Destiny. Now, how did this colonization happen? Now, right here in Quebec, it was colonization of a relatively low populated land to cultivate, to sustain a small settler colony, to trade with natives first, really unequal terms, by the way, but to exploit resources, to trade, and to send this back to the metropolis. So the goal wasn't westward expansion, it was simply to maintain a colony for France. This is not a defense of it, I'm just laying down the situation which distinguished this kind of colonialism, where collaboration from the side of the colonizers, the French, was more encouraged than the what happened with the Anglos in Canada, right? But also with the American colonization of what we call the Americas, right? I'm gonna call it Turtle Island because it's such a banger term. So, America, of course, as a settler colony, was meant to colonize the entire continent, to expand westward, to manifest its destiny, and to populate itself, to send tax dollars to the metropolis, Britain. So you have trade versus taxes. Now, this happened through the genocide of natives. And it happened that the American Revolution was effectively a bourgeois revolution to get its independence from Britain to have its own power over its colonial policy, to have power over its own resources. So throughout the history of the United States, I don't think anyone here watching this stream is ignorant of this history, right? Most of us are Marxists because we've seen what the US has been doing to other countries abroad, but just a small resume of the United States in the last 100 years. Of course, you have Fulgencio Batista in Cuba, followed by a genocidal embargo. You have pretty much every country in Latin America, right? You have Augusto Pinochet in Chile, that ousted Salvador Allende, that ended a project of the construction of socialism. And this kind of shows the limits to democratic socialism, where you don't control the entirety of the state apparatus following a revolution. You have the Contras in Nicaragua against the Sandinista revolution, the constant support, propagandizing for, and arming of Israel in its genocide of Palestinians, in its genocide and colonization of Lebanon, its colonization of parts of Syria, its wars of aggression on every country it surrounds. Surrounded by them. That surrounded? Jesus Christ. Supported the Mujahideen and Islamist extremists in the Middle East when it benefited them, to fight the threat of communism, aka the USSR. Supported Pol Pot's Khmer Rouge in Cambodia, as it was aligned against Vietnam. Sprayed Agent Orange and bombs all over Laos, Cambodia, Vietnam, Myanmar, Korea. Genocided North Koreans and raised their infrastructure to support the Japanese colonial occupation of the south of Korea. Caused a severe drain of resources and militarization of the USSR through the Cold War. Committed genocide in Iraq and Afghanistan, notably with the Abu Ghraib torture camp. Destroyed Libya with sanctions and interventions. This list is so long that it would take an entire 10-hour stream clip to list them all, each individual atrocity. More than that, really. So, yeah. Earlier this year, we've seen the escalations of the US against Venezuela. Now, Venezuela is kind of a special situation, right? We don't really consider it to be a socialist country. We consider that there was the Bolivarian Revolution that made massive gains to worker rights. Under Hugo Chavez, workers spontaneously organized in factories to produce themselves. And we saw a kind of regression in that area with Nicolas Maduro, who kind of rolled back these changes. There were reforms and opening up, as we love to say. I fucking love mocking Deng Xiaoping, bro. But same with Cuba. It's hard to criticize the way it's headed when they are right next to the belly of the beast, where they are under the constant threat of American intervention, occupation, bombardments. Okay, bro. And of course, the US mobilized warships around Cuba, around the Caribbean, around Venezuela, and kidnapped the president, Nicolas Maduro, sending him to the same prison that Epstein was at, the same prison that Diddy was at, the same prison that whoever the fuck was in there. Lots of people, actually. Now, I did read this quote from Enver Hoxha from 1960's Moscow address, but I want to read it again in this stream. So, let us look facts straight in the eye. World imperialism, headed by its aggressive detachment, US imperialism, is directing the course of its economy towards preparations for war. It is arming itself to the teeth. US imperialism is rearming bonds Germany, Japan, and all its allies and satellites with all kinds of weapons. It has set up and perfected aggressive military organizations. It has established and continues to establish military bases all around the socialist camp. It is accumulating stocks of nuclear weapons and refuses to disarm, to stop testing nuclear weapons, and is feverishly engaged in inventing new means of mass extermination. Why is it doing all this? To go to a wedding party? No, to go to war against us, to put the peoples under bondage, to do away with socialism and communism. So we've seen that the concrete material interest of the American bourgeoisie is to export finance capital abroad to secure its grasp on natural resources and exploit them. But what happens when you have a crisis of overproduction? What happens when your economy contracts because you have a shit ton of recession indicators that are beeping red when inflation takes hold and when the unemployment skyrockets? You invest a shit ton of your GDP into the military-industrial complex, that's right, and then you enter a militarization of the state to repress worker movements. You enter a effective fascization, right? You enter a stage where you find any motive whatsoever to go to war against a country that did nothing against you. Also, you can support your national monopolies and the rate of profit. Now, this happens through the destruction of anti-colonial and anti-imperialist movements, the propping off of regimes that support the U.S. interests, right? Recently, we've had... I am going to look at updates on this situation because in Bolivia, specifically, 2 weeks ago, the Bolivian president, a CIA puppet, declares a state of emergency and deployed the military to quell... The Guardian says anti-government protests, but it's a peasant and worker movement to reject the neoliberal capitalist colonial policy of this collaborator government. Oh my Jesus Christ, bro. I'm getting Fox News articles recommended to me. These are turbo propaganda. This is why Fox News is legally classified as an entertainment network and not a news or information network. The propaganda is so palpable. It's incredible. Yeah. Steady Tedim, whatever. You do raise an important point where revolutions that only go halfway will regress and get their progress reverted, of course. Now, I wrote this segment a while ago. So, shortly before the deposition of Maduro, a senior US official said the president is ready to use all elements of American power to drive Maduro out of power. The objective is clear. And of course, a few weeks afterwards, the US airstruck Caracas and abducted President Nicolas Maduro, killing and severely injuring several of his guards in the process, as well as Cuban military that was stationed in Venezuela. And they charged him with illegal possessions of weapons while he was the president of another country. What the fuck? This is the stage of US buffoonery. And of course, you have Venezuelan opposition leader Gusano Maria Corina Machado, of course, the ghoul, receiving the Nobel Peace Prize after calling for her own country to be bombarded and invaded for having a democratically elected left-wing president. And of course, she's a very stark supporter of Israel and wanted Israel to intervene in Venezuela. She actually claimed that Hamas is hiding in Venezuela. What kind of fucking goal do you have to be to say this? I don't even think... Half of me thinks she's a grifter trying to get the favors of US imperialism, but at the same time, part of me thinks she actually believes what the fuck she's saying. Like those neoliberals, unironic neoliberals. And of course, the Nobel Peace Prize is the prize of imperialism, right? You had Henry Kissinger getting awarded this prize after the 1976 coup on 9/11 in Chile, ousting President Allende and putting in fascist dictator Augusto Pinochet. It was awarded to Barack Obama while he was effectively invading Afghanistan. But no, I think it was the first time that it was awarded to someone who openly asked for her country getting invaded. I'm laughing, but it's not funny. Yeah, it's fucked up. But yeah, I don't think we're gonna dive into Venezuelan history right now because I have like 15 pages on this for a school project a few semesters ago. I can't believe I'm finishing up my degree like this December. It went by so quickly. Yeah. So yeah, we're seeing that the US is the most spiritually Israeli country ever, and that Israel is spiritually American. At the beginning, I also forgot to add that the US and its bloc constantly effectively spied and destabilized East Germany in their attempt at constructing a prosperous socialist society, but no, instead they were spied on from West Berlin, an enclave within East Germany. Now, if good empanada were a person, yeah. Yeah. Thing is, I love shitting on the USA, but I live in Canada. I don't consider myself a Canadian. Like, I don't identify with this label or something. Canada is a prison house of nation. I'm Québécois. I don't share a language with the Anglo-Canadians. I don't share their obsession with the nation of Canada. But these fucking Anglo-Canadians, and a lot of Quebecois as well, right? I think that Canada is such a great country that is much better and more democratic than the US. We love shitting on the USA. Most of us here hate the USA. Not necessarily all the people, right? Like, you don't choose where you're born. You don't choose personally what your country does as its imperial policy, even though you may materially benefit from it. And we also have very classic stereotypes of Americans being rude, being annoying, being very loud, being morbidly obese all the time, or having an alimentation or a diet that consists exclusively of McDonald's. I say this while I, at 1 a.m. yesterday, went to McDonald's to get a McVeggie with fries. Only fucking thing that was open. But all this to say, that Canada is the USA with a top hat, right? They participate in the same wars as the USA does. We are investing 4% of our GDP, up from 2%, into the military, as well as a NATO contribution, right? Oh yeah, Blue Sky is crazy, right? Right. I am a staunch opponent of Dengism and Chinese capitalist restoration, but I'm never gonna deny that its policy of export of finance capital is miles away from the shit the USA is doing, right? China never fucking bombed and subjugated the people over its domination and supported leaders abroad. Their policy is to benefit their own nation and to not interfere. Now, of course, we can criticize very major points of Chinese policy, notably the sales of arms to India against the Maoist guerrilla groups, the sales of weapons to the Filipino state against their worker peasant Maoist groups. Bounty house getting rained on. Awesome. Yeah. But regarding July 4th, I would have wanted also to make a stream about on July 1st, but I wasn't home. Actually, I was home. It was an off day for everyone here in Canada. We have two national holidays. The 24th, I was on the terrain for a class on intertidal salt marshes, sorry. Bro, salt marshes are incredible. I love salt marshes. So, I live right next to the St. Lawrence estuary, right? An estuary is the downstream of a large river. You have a lot of these basins that feed into this main river. The Great Lakes are the main source of this river. And as the river expands into the ocean, the Atlantic, it gets wider and wider. And the part that is, right... Oh my god, I keep forgetting my English terms, bro. Amont, aval, amont et aval en anglais. Oh, en anglais, wow. Upstream and downstream. Fuck, it's upstream and downstream, of course. What's upstream is called the fluvial or the fluviatile estuary, where the tides are not that great, right? Also, it has some kind of link to the latitude, but when talking about the fluvial estuary, we're talking about down of Montreal, and Montreal is up to like Quebec City, is what we call the well, it's still the fluvial estuary. Sorry. After this, you have a transition from um, well, just regular water to salt water, it's very, very slow. And up until like Saint-Simeon, Kamouraska, even Tadoussac, you're in the intermediate, the estuaire moyen, the medium estuary. And that's where you see these very beautiful salt marshes, where in the inferior score, you see the transition from Serpus maritimus, Serpus americanus to Spertina altiniflora. And this is fucking magnificent. These plants are beautiful. The the canals that get dug up into these marshes when the river the tide is going down, it's incredible. I really love it. Now, all this to say that I was not home for July 1st, but June 24th, sorry. And June 24th is Saint Jean Baptiste Day, the birthday of Saint John the Baptist, who is kind of the holy figure that was associated with Quebec during colonization and became like the national holiday of Quebec. And a few people went all out. There was celebrations. There were smells like skunk in here. I think my AC is drawing in some kind of piss smell from outside. I'll be right back. Has to be some dude getting high as fuck outside my window. Don't do this within 9 meters of a fucking door, bro. Stinking the whole place up. But July 1st was Canada Day. And virtually no one in fucking Quebec City celebrated. Everyone was silent because July 1st here in Quebec is moving day, of course. Where all our rent contracts, whatever, and when a lot of people move. So it was moving day for a lot of us, but yeah, hung out with some friends, had some Dairy Queen, pretty much it. And I would have loved to make the same kind of stream as today, where I would just be shitting on Canadian imperialism and Canada's participation in the destabilization of a shit ton of countries. But of course, it's not on the same scale as the USA because that's a hard bar to surpass. Why are so many messages getting redacted? Oh my god, sorry. It seems like the chat window wasn't updating and I didn't see your messages for the past 10 minutes. It shows that a lot of messages are getting redacted automatically, I think. A few people are personally retracting them. I mean, do that, of course, but I just need to figure out if it's a problem with... Ah, shit. No. Yeah. Wi-Fi shitting itself. Just launched a bunch of packets. Yeah. Steady, spot on, right? Anglo-Canadian nationalism is this kind of obsession with being different from the USA, but not having a proper national identity because you're but a colonizer, but a people with descendants of Anglos, right? Where your whole national identity is distinguishing yourself from the USA. Is the stream all right? I'm scared it's I'll just check my router connection. I'll be right back. Yeah. So this is why you don't allocate half of your bandwidth to your Intel Nook Minecraft server. Perfect, perfect. But yeah, a lot of Quebecois people are also obsessed with being different from the US. But also a lot of them want to be annexed from the US. Not a lot of them. It's like a vocal minority, but it's still funny nonetheless. All right. Now, we are going to look at some news. If I can take this little window right here. All right. Zion is down. Israeli army says 1 killed inside security zone in Lebanon. What do you mean a security zone? Of course, Israel just imposed a yellow line on Lebanon, so they're effectively invading them and militarily occupying them. What would Zionists not do? Oh yeah. Canada got fucked over by Morocco in the World Cup. Alright. Gonzaloite son or suck them Donny Stan daughter. Jesus Christ. I don't want a son, I'll take the Gonzaloite daughter. Oh yeah, the Corporation of Canada, yeah. The country of Canada is Irving and Loblaws in a trench coat. That's what Canada is. It's actually crazy to me the quantity of, well, the level of power that the Irving family has over Canada, especially over the maritime provinces. Actually incredible. In a negative sense, of course. Oh my god. Yeah, we have Saudi Arabia trying to pledge unprecedented force against Yemen and the Houthis. Yemen is not doing so well right now. They are getting brain drained and their health sector is severely contracting. And they are getting threats from Saudi Arabia and Israel. And my microphone is falling because I can't be bothered to fix it properly to the desk. Yeah, there we go. That's better. So, now. Oh yeah, Godson, dog. For the past decade, we've been trying to get, not the past, I say we, but I was like 12, 10 years ago. Let's say for the past 5 years, we've been trying to, wait, is the stream on Twitch? I didn't even know I had dual streaming on. If it's dual streaming, that may be why it's not doing so well. Okay, no, it's offline. The dual stream is the vertical mode for people watching streams on YouTube Shorts, like the chuds they are. I'm kidding, I'm kidding. On good faith. So, going back to the USA, I wanted to read this Red Phoenix article that was sent by someone from the RML Discord server. So it was written by Camilo Lasso today, which this person is the national chair of the American Party of Labor, the APL, and the article is titled 1776 and All That, Marxism in the American Bourgeois Revolution. On July 4th, Americans will once again gather beneath the quote-unquote bombs bursting in the air, surrounded by the aroma of grilling bratwurst, while bourgeois politicians of every stripe wrap themselves in the language of liberty, democracy, and the quote-unquote founding fathers, aka slave owners and genociders of natives. Yet scarcely will the charcoal embers have cooled and faded before the familiar divisions of contemporary American society reappear. Some will have celebrated the 250th anniversary of American independence as proof of the nation's exceptional greatness. We're going to pause right here. And I can't find the image I'm looking for, so we're gonna continue, of course. While others will have condemned the revolution as the beginning of an empire built upon slavery, indigenous genocide, and capitalist exploitation. Still, others will have insisted that the quote-unquote true meaning of 1776 was betrayed by executive power, political polarization, and bitter disputes over immigration, federal authority, and the limits of constitutional government. What would liberals do if they couldn't blame the entire problems of the USA on bad leadership instead of actual systemic causes? That these profoundly different interpretations should emerge during the 250th anniversary of the American Revolution should surprise no one. Revolutions, unlike ordinary historical events, seldom remain in the past. They continue to serve as battlegrounds upon which later generations contest their own political aspirations and conflicts. The American Revolution is no exception to this maxim. What is remarkable is not that the Americans disagree over the meaning of 1776, but that they have so often imagined they do not. The revolution has long occupied an almost sacred position within American civic religion. School children were once compelled to memorize Jefferson's plagiarized prose lifted from John Locke. Flags adorned front porches. Military flyovers accompanied Independence Day celebrations. Unlike the French Revolution, whose every anniversary revives arguments over Robespierre, the Terror, and the Republic, the American Revolution has been often presented as a finished chapter whose moral conclusions are quote-unquote self-evident, right? Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Unless you're black, or an immigrant, or someone in the global south, or poor. Yet beneath this veneer of consensus lies a conflict every bit as enduring as that surrounding 1789. Was the revolution fundamentally a struggle for universal human liberty, or was it principally a revolt of colonial elites protecting their economic interests? Did it inaugurate democratic progress, or merely replace one ruling class with another? Such questions have occupied historians for generations because they remain questions about the past, not about the past, but about the present. Because it is still the same paradigm as in the past. Historical interpretations rarely develops in a political vacuum. Every generation rewrites the revolution according to its own experiences. Historians writing amid the optimism of the progressive era saw democratic reform. Those shaped by the Depression emphasized economic conflict. And during the Cold War, the revolution offered as evidence of liberal democracy's inevitable triumph over the evil empire, the USSR. More recent scholars influenced by civil rights movements, feminism, indigenous history, and labor struggles have expanded the revolution's narrative to include voices once excluded from the traditional accounts. As with most historical events, three broad schools of interpretation have emerged. They may be termed conservative, liberal, or Marxist. These are not rigid categories, nor do all historians fit neatly within them, but each reflects a distinct understanding of what the revolution accomplished and whose interests it ultimately served. For conservatives, the American Revolution represented the successful defense of inherited constitutional liberties rather than the creation of an entirely new social order. Unlike the upheaval in France 13 years later, the American Revolution is viewed as moderate, prudent, and respectful of tradition. British historian and parliamentarian Edmund Burke himself, who denounced the French Revolution in uncompromising terms, expressed considerable sympathy for the American colonists precisely because he believed they sought to preserve the historic rights of Englishmen rather than quote-unquote overturn civilization. From this perspective, the Constitution, limited government, private property, and ordered liberty constitute the revolution's enduring achievements. Contemporary conservatives often invoke 1776 as a warning against excessive governmental power, while simultaneously embracing national unity, patriotism, and constitutional continuity. Liberal historians have generally regarded the revolution as the birth of modern democracy. They celebrate the Declaration of Independence as humanity's first great proclamation of rights, conveniently forgetting past examples such as the Roman 12 Tables, the Magna Carta, classic, while acknowledging that these ideas were imperfectly realized. Slavery, property qualifications, the exclusion of women from political life, the dispossession of native peoples appear as tragic contradictions rather than defining characteristics of this revolution. It established principles that later generations would gradually extend to all Americans through abolition, Reconstruction, women's suffrage, labor reform, and the civil rights movement, though this is kind of debatable. If we're looking at the 80s and how the Black Panthers were repressed, how non-white people were treated up until the 1990s, and even today with the extent of systemic racism in the United States. Though I think Americans themselves are in a much better position than they were before, and a much better one than people in the Global South. In this interpretation, American history is one of continual improvement, in which the nation's democratic promises slowly catch up with its founding ideals. Up. The Marxist interpretation differs profoundly from both of these. Now, Karl Marx talked about the American Revolution, of course, in his writings, and admired it as one of history's decisive bourgeois revolutions. Together with the Dutch Revolt, the English Civil War, and the French Revolution, it marked the political ascent of the capitalist class over feudal and monarchical structures. The revolution shattered mercantilist restrictions, weakened aristocratic privilege, expanded commodity production, and opened vast new possibilities for capitalist development. It represented an immense historical advance. Yet, this historical progress, which is not a moral overview, it is strictly an economic or advance in the productive forces and mode of production, is very different from social emancipation. If you're on your work break watching the French-Canadian Yap, I think you might need to reconsider your life choices. You're wasting your life, bro. Play some Clash of Clans instead. I'm LARPing. Oh yeah, I can have the chat and the... Yeah. Stream is lagging again? Oh yo, my ISP is Fizz. If you live in Quebec and you know Fizz, you know how it really is a Mossad ISP, right? The moment you try to do any work, it goes down. Now, about the Marxist conception of the American Revolution. The revolution abolished monarchy, but not class rule. It proclaimed equality before the law while leaving intact enormous social, economic, and cultural inequalities. And my nose is blocked. I'll be right back with the rest of this banger article from the Red Phoenix, of course. So, we know that the American Revolution denounced domination and political tyranny. As a broad term, like tyranny, the Brits are not gonna be tyrants anymore. We're gonna be free. And during that time, it did preserve slavery across this new republic. It established republican government, but one in which political power remained concentrated among propertied elites who both condemned and emulated their British counterparts. The bourgeoisie had liberated itself from imperial restraint, yet the working class remained economically subordinate, along with the class of slaves. It was in this kind of a transition from the slave system to the capitalist system, where both coexisted. And these elites were, of course, white men who owned property. The contradiction was neither accidental nor hypocritical in a simplistic moral sense. Rather, it reflected the historical limits of every bourgeois revolution. The capitalist class could destroy feudal privilege because the feudal institutions obstructed the further development of productive forces benefiting capitalism. It could proclaim universal rights because commodity exchange presupposed formally equal individuals. But it could never abolish private ownership of the means of production, for its own political supremacy rested upon precisely that foundation. The American Revolution, therefore, appears within Marxist historiography as both progressive and limited. It deserves neither uncritical celebration nor wholesale condemnation. Without 1776, there could have been no constitutional republic, no destruction of colonial dependency, no expansion of democratic institutions, and I just lost the chats. I'll get back to Québec Solidaire after this text. I'm not forgetting it. I don't know why I interrupted myself. And no subsequent labor movement capable of organizing on a national scale. Yet without its unresolved contradictions, there will likely have been no civil war, no struggles over industrial capitalism, no great strikes of the 19th century, and no socialist movement. Lenin frequently emphasized that Marxists support bourgeois democratic revolutions insofar as they eliminate older forms of oppression and create conditions favorable to the independent organization of the working class. The proletariat cannot transcend capitalism until capitalism itself has substantially developed. Bourgeois democracy is historically superior to feudal absolutism, while remaining insufficient from the standpoint of socialism. It is still manifest destiny, capitalism, colonialism, and tends towards imperialism, of course. I'll tell you what though, these Americans really know how to make some iced tea. Such a banger, dog. They really need to nationalize Arizona. Put this under worker control. So the American Revolution illustrated this process with unusual clarity, right? The historical materialist approach distinguishes Marxist historiography, from both conservative nostalgia and liberal triumphalism. Conservatives often regard the constitutional settlement as essentially complete. Liberals view history as the gradual perfection of existing institutions. And Marxists instead understand history as an unfolding series of contradictions in which each revolutionary advance creates new forms of conflict. The American... I switched up these two paragraphs because I got mixed up in these. Yeah. And this process is illustrated by the American Constitution or revolution like this. The Declaration of Independence proclaimed that governments derive their just powers from the consent of the governed. Enslaved African Americans asked why this principle did not apply to them. Women asked why political equality excluded half the population. Wage laborers questioned why political liberty coexisted with economic dependency. Indigenous peoples rejected the assumption that the Republican expansion justified the seizure of their lands and their genocide. Every democratic advance generated further democratic demands. The revolution thus produced forces extending beyond the intentions of many of its own leaders. Jefferson did not foresee industrialization. Madison did not anticipate universal suffrage. Hamilton scarcely imagined mass political parties representing millions of industrial workers. History repeatedly escaped the control of those who believed themselves to be its masters and architects. Oh, regarding the World Cup, I just want to say that there were FIFA qualifications from the Women's Asian Cup recently, and the DPRK beat their fucking colonizers, Japan. Banger, banger, banger. The North Koreans are getting better and better at football every year, but especially the women's teams. Back to this. This situation is not unique to America, right? Bourgeois revolutions habitually unleash social forces they cannot entirely contain. The French Revolution produced Robespierre and Babeuf. The revolutions of 1848 gave rise to Marx's mature political thought. The Paris Commune transformed socialist strategy. The Russian Revolution emerged from contradictions generated by capitalist modernization and imperialist war. Revolutions close one historical epoch in order to open another. The 250th anniversary arrives amidst renewed debate concerning executive authority, federal institutions, economic inequality, immigration policy, organized labor, and the relationship between wealth and political influence. These controversies have intensified during the second administration of Donald Trump, whose presidency has renewed long-standing arguments concerning presidential power, the administrative state, constitutional limits, and the meaning of American quote-unquote democracy. And, of course, why there is a cabal of cannibalistic pedophiles running the country. This is because capitalism promotes this kind of behavior. This is not in the article. I'm just saying shit. To conservatives, these conflicts frequently appear as efforts to restore constitutional government against woke bureaucratic excess. Liberals often interpret them as threats to democratic norms and institutions, but Marxists see something different altogether. Not an aberration from American ideals, but the expression of capitalism's contemporary contradictions and the actualization of this revolution in the modern age. From this perspective, neither Trump or his political opponents constitute the fundamental subject of history, but they are competing tendencies within the same capitalist social order, with each attempting to stabilize a system increasingly characterized by concentrated wealth, declining confidence in institutions, and widening social inequality. And the Jeffrey Epstein. Elections determine governments. They do not, by themselves, resolve underlying class antagonisms. Yet this should not be mistaken for fatalism. Marxist historiography has never denied the importance of political struggle. Quite the contrary. It insists that historical development occurs precisely through conflict between social classes whose interests cannot ultimately be reconciled. The feudal lords and the peasants, or the bourgeoisie, with bourgeois revolutions, and following this, the bourgeois and the workers. So the colonial bourgeoisie confronted the imperial authority, but at the same time wanted to manifest its destiny as a colonial project to genocide Native Americans and establish their own national bourgeoisie's control over their resources. And this kind of settler colonial bourgeois democratic revolution is kind of different from a bourgeois revolution, let's say in China or in the Philippines. Still is a bourgeois revolution nonetheless, against feudal institutions. The small farmers demanded greater political participation, artisans pressed for democratic reforms, enslaved people pursued freedom by every available means. Loyalists resisted revolutionary change. The revolution was never a harmoniously triumphant national awakening, but a complex struggle among competing social forces. Perhaps the greatest misunderstanding surrounding Marxist interpretations of the American Revolution is the assumption that it is dismissed as merely bourgeois. The adjective is descriptive rather than dismissive. It is not a moral condemnation, but a description. Bourgeois revolutions transformed the world more profoundly than almost any previous historical development. They dismantled hereditary privilege. That I would disagree with. Inheritance is one hell of a drug. Accelerated scientific progress, expanded literacy, revolutionized production with the immense advance in the productive forces, and introduced political principles whose implications will reverberate across continents. Marx and Engels praised capitalism's revolutionary role even as they predicted its eventual supersession. It had a revolutionary or a progressive role to play, which is now superseded. To recognize the revolution's bourgeois character is not to deny its historical significance, but to confirm it. Every revolution bears within itself both achievement and limitation. The American Revolution abolished monarchy while preserving slavery and genocide. It proclaimed universal rights while excluding millions from political participation. It founded representative government while entrenching private property. It inaugurated democratic politics while simultaneously laying the institutional foundations for history's most dynamic and oppressive capitalist society. Its legacy is contradictory. Conservatives remember order and national independence, liberals celebrate rights, democracy, and inclusion. But Marxists recognize all of these while emphasizing that the revolution's very success created new contradictions that later generations would struggle to overcome. 250 years later, after the Lexington and Concord, the American... I'm going to start this sentence again. I just screwed myself over. 250 years after Lexington and Concord, the American Revolution remains, in a sense, unfinished. Not because independence has yet to be won, or because monarchy threatens restoration, but because these social questions raised by the triumph of bourgeois democracy continue to shape political life. Liberty without equality, political citizenship alongside economic inequality, formal democracy amid concentrated wealth. These were not historical accidents, but structural features of the new bourgeois republic. In the end, every generation rediscovers 1776 according to its own circumstances. The revolution has become less an event than the language through which the American bourgeois establishment of both varieties debates itself. Like all revolutions, it belongs simultaneously to the past, to the present, and to the future. Historians may date the American Revolution from 1765 to 1783, or from Lexington to the ratification of the Constitution. Such chronological boundaries are indispensable for textbooks. History itself is less accommodating. The guns fell silent at Yorktown, the debates did not, nor will they ever. And this leads us to a reflection about what is to be done in American society. Because a political or economic revolution to establish a socialist society is not enough when the settler colonial mindset is still there. There is a massive amount of work that is to be done to reform the American psyche, however the fuck you want to call this, because to resolve the settled or the settler colonized contradiction, you have to remove the privilege from the settlers, from the colonizers, and you need to have this kind of House of Nations where everyone is equal before the law, for real, and where class domination is in the hands of the working class. So yeah, great article. I think it would need to emphasize more the role of the American Revolution into Manifest Destiny. Badem Panada has a great video on the US Manifest Destiny and how it inspired the Nazis' Lebensraum. So yeah. Now, I'm going to catch up with chat. First of all, on Québec Solidaire, yeah. Québec Solidaire has a centrale, a kind of forum where all us members can post. And there was a group called the Alternative Socialist. I think they became part of the RCP or they became another Trotskyist group. But socialists and entryists tried to go into the party and demand that the party assumed an actual socialist line. And all that was done by QS, instead of actually listening to this membership base, was to censor and to delete the post. And they never actually listened to us, right? Québec Solidaire is trying to please the bourgeois class, the establishment. They're trying to cater to people on a more and more nationalist basis. They're trying to double down on the Quebec independence position, and they're becoming this nationalist party with this kind of how do I say this, like this woke policy, as in they morally condemn stuff, but they never actually want to structurally change the capitalist system. They're even to the right of Zohran Mamdani. And we've seen this with Gabriel Nadeau-Dubois, who was arguably... He was an important figure in the party, don't get me wrong, but he was one of the reasons why the party went for the right. Etienne Grandmont, he's our MP for the Quebec Assembly right here in Quebec. I've met him a few times, but and I mean, he's a suck-them politician. I don't feel any kind of hatred or love towards him. He's just our MP. But I dislike that he brought the party for the right. I dislike that he tried to bring the party towards appeasement of the capitalist class towards this for example, right, under this leadership, they were condemning workers' movements that were actually doing concrete actions, or even just demonstrations against capitalism. There was the hanging of a figurine of Itamar Ben-Gvir and Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. They condemned this as anti-Semitic. There was the decapitation with a guillotine of the minister that oversaw the death of thousands of workers. And they condemned this as political violence, even though it's a fucking paper mache figurine, right? With a fake guillotine made of plywood. And Manon Massé and Sol Zanetti are doubling down on nationalism instead of actually engaging in actual left-wing, catering to the left-wing elements of their party. So the left in Quebec is effectively non-existent, is alienated. And we have a lot of people who think that socialism is too far and that we need a mix of both, right? We benefit from imperialism and we want to uphold this system to benefit the Quebec nation through the investments in multinationals abroad. We materially benefit from this as the labor aristocracy. And I think it's time that we realize that this is unsustainable. I'm gonna do some moralism, right? It's immoral, fucking objectively, to dominate and subjugate other fucking peoples under the boot of your national corporations. But at the same time, inflation is rising, and there's not even a single talk about nationalizing the food or the agriculture or the grocery sector. So QS to me is this formerly social democratic party that caters to liberal progressivism and is in this crisis where it struggles to distinguish itself from the Parti Québécois. So they're doubling down on their nationalist identity. Oh, Jesus Christ. People in the chat talking about the RCP. Alright. You know what? I'm gonna jump scare everyone. Are you ready? Again? This is the RCP manifesto. There's a lot of denunciation of Stalin in there for no fucking reason, right? Trotskyism is in a position where it tries to claim the Bolshevik Revolution and negate everything that happened after Stalin took power, taking for granted Krupskaya's version of Lenin's testament, whatever, that has no confirmation of being actually real or accurate. Lenin had like 4 or 5 fucking strokes before writing this. And they see that, and they're trying to like promote communism or Trotskyism while disavowing Stalin in the USSR and denouncing every critic or criticism that people have of previous socialist experiments as Stalinist or bureaucratic degenerescence without actually addressing what the problems were. Michael Parenti does the opposite, where he says, sure, there were problems, but there were actual very great advances, and you can't just negate that and negate the entirety of the Second World War, of capitalist encirclement. So Trotsky is effectively catered to liberals and tried to get them to be not scared of socialism by lying about Stalin and lying about the USSR. Like anarchists, anarcho-communists say, "Oh no, but I'm a communist, and this socialism before the USSR, that wasn't real communism. But my communism is not like Stalin, is not like the USSR. My communism is everyone is producing insulin in their own backyard for fun, and everyone is cultivating colored greens for fun." Yeah. So yeah, it's a Stalinism this, Stalinism that. Never any actual arguments or criticism. And of course, you have their AI Fruit Love Island post, which I wanted to scalp myself after reading. Fucking remove the entirety of my hair and pull out my brain from my head so I didn't have to remember what I saw. But, yeah. I wonder what the bourgeois news apparatus has to offer today. Canada honors US Independence Day with joint fighter jet flypast. Yeah. Dude, Mark Carney and this government's... Of course, it's over Parliament Hill. They're just doubling down on the imperialist collaboration. Because in the recent years, right, there was this global... Oh, this is something that really fucking pissed me off, bro. No one wanted to boycott, divest, sanction when it comes to Israel. But when it comes to American products, they were like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna boycott American products because the US sanctioned Canada, or the US tried to add tariffs to Canada." And people immediately became nationalistic and didn't fucking care about Palestine, didn't fucking care about the Middle East. They only cared about themselves and their bottom line. And that's when they decided to boycott US products and become very anti-US, anti-American, while being very patriotic. And now Mark Carney is trying to appease the US political class and to double down on the NATO imperialism shit. This segment of the stream is sponsored by Ground News, the news site for people who can't see biases. Ground News is so funny to me. Just... how about instead of this, we teach people media literacy? Oh no, this doesn't... this wouldn't benefit the capitalist class. There's no way I'm gonna pay for news, bro. Paying for a news subscription. Hell nah. Bro, low-key the first Bordigist was Garfield. Even though he lived after Amadeo Bordiga, Garfield mogged Amadeo Bordiga when it comes to lasagna consumption. And Bordiga was quite at the high bar when it comes to lasagna consumption. Dying from too much lasagna. Yeah. Bro, Jacobin. Fucking Jacobin. The same people writing economic planning is dead, we need democratic socialism, and condemning literally every socialist experiment ever, are further left. of any other fucking news outlet? No. No. Is counterpunch still a thing? I need to look at this. Oh, counterpunch. Yeah. The logo being CP is quite the oddball, but counterpunch is still doing well. An article on systematic violence in occupied Palestine from Israel. Rendering El Nino. Oh, there's straight up liberal propaganda from Brits. I think this article will be pretty good to read on stream. Israel's barbaric ecocide in Lebanon and Gaza, where, I mean, of course, it's not the priority, but the economic impact is fucking disastrous. The genocide is the immediate thing that has to be stopped, but one is an impact of the other. No genocide without their fucking bombs. Actually, I was subscribed to Le Devoir for a bit. Back in my college days, in Cégep, for our political science classes, we had a free subscription to Le Devoir, and it was dog shit. Oh yeah, the Chris Moll article was racist as hell. Jacobin is arguably like, it's if The Economist wore a Mao hat to LARP, right? No. Do you know what their latest article is? You're not ready to see this. In defense of the 4th of July. Oh. Straight up American exceptionalism. Black Red Guard, oh my god. Him. Should have stuck to Dr. Phil. The founder's own second thoughts. What Clarence Thomas and the State of Israel had in common. The American Revolution was more radical than the founders wanted. I mean, kind of, but still fucking finished. I'm gonna go on the Journal de Québec to look at whatever the fuck they want to talk about. Or this and TVA. They're both like how do I go about saying this? Reactionary rage baits. Some of their articles are just reactionary maxing. It's crazy. No! No! Okay. This is bad though. This is a banger article. I mean, they never actually talk about actual issues about war, genocide, ecocide, the working class struggle. No, they talk about the most insignificant shit ever. But there was this guy next to the Highway 20 who had a shop called Ben Laden, like Osama bin Laden, but instead of it, it's Ben Laden, aka Ben the Wool. He was selling wool, and now the shop is closing down because bro's getting old. Yeah, that's the sign we kept seeing always of the highway. Ben Laden. Oh yeah, Loki just sent a fucking rocket on Mount Rushmore, and put some indigenous banners on there. Oh yeah, I was actually in a rad enquête once. The one on... I'm not gonna fucking tell myself, but if you know where to look... Rad environnement. The reporter was quite the fucking liberal... We were like just a bunch of communists, anarchists, and mainly... people from the community defending their own health from cancerous deposits in the air. Yeah, I will definitely watch the documentary on Nouvelle Alliance. Nouvelle Alliance, oh my god, fucking hell. The rabbit hole on Nouvelle Alliance is quite the thing. I have had a few encounters with them. A few. Last one was at the Jardin Jeanne d'Arc, the Parc Jeanne d'Arc in Quebec City, where they were trying to LARP with their flags and they got surrounded and they got bullied out of the park. I got assaulted by a police officer there for standing there after they told everyone to leave and cleaning my fucking glasses because I didn't see where I was going. Just a great time. The police there spent their entire time defending Nouvelle Alliance and protecting them, protecting the fascists from the mean people trying to keep their community Nazi free. Oh yeah, like what's his name? I forgot his name. He's got the curly hair, he's small as hell. I saw him in person. He's a tiny guy. He's a twink. And he has this voice training to sound like this because he can't be a masculinist figurehead if he doesn't sound like he's a literal baritone instrument. But yeah, he's not tough. Real men are not afraid to sound like little wussies once in a while. What's his fucking name? Yeah, right here. It's the guy's name is François Gervais, right here. And this is him next to... This is a touchscreen? Wow. Next to Alexandre Cormier-Denis. This guy is a Nazi propagandist. And he tried to... My god. Recently, he tried to organize an event called La Saint-Jean de la Race. The Saint John Baptist Day of the race, of the white race. This guy is a white supremacist, a Nazi. And he had an event in Quebec City. And wouldn't you know it? Oh, his car magically burns down in the middle of the night. And then he blamed Antifa on this. And yeah. They should low-key... Actually, I'm not going to say anything because these people are actually dangerous. But yeah, there's this, and actually, like, are you fucking kidding me? Here's this little petit bourgeois political student from Montreal who thinks he's so much better than everyone else. But really, yeah. I think, yeah, his car might have gotten burned down by fellow fash. I don't care. I'm gonna say that it was deserved, and more should have burned down, including himself. But yeah, bro, why are messages keep getting retracted? I'm trying to read them, and in the middle of them, they disappear. Is there a filter? I don't know. Oh my god, it stopped chat, live chat. Half of the messages didn't send. Yeah. But yeah. So, another thing I wanted to mention is we have this group here called Alliance Ouvrière, and some of our... It's basically a... I'm not going to talk too much about the objective. If you want, you can go on the website Alliance Ouvrière and check it out. But one of the chapters in Hamilton, Ontario got... was trying to go to their meeting, their monthly meeting, to arrange some cynical work. And they got intercepted or boycotted or like actually blocked, protested by Nazis. They were the same white supremacists from Ottawa, or from Hamilton, sorry, near Toronto, that came to Shenanigans for I remember a white Canada or a white Quebec grift. So these Nazis were trying to protest this peaceful meeting by the Alliance Ouvrière, or worker alliances. And they ran away crying when the police came to... they were actually threatening the members of Alliance Ouvrière for being communist. Because these Nazis are... I don't even know how to describe them. They're Protestant irredentists. They believe in Protestantism, Protestant supremacy over Catholics. They see Quebecers as Catholics, and even though most of us are atheists, but yeah, really weird group. Quebec Blanc, yeah. So not the same people with the same ideology, but they ran away when the police came. My theory is that they ran away to then put on the police uniforms because they were all cops. Yeah. So, weird situation right here. I hope we don't get assaulted by these Nazis in the Quebec chapter. If we do, well, what next? I don't know. Yeah, of course, there is Abrahamic religion in fighting, but it's mostly LARPers, Nazi LARPers that are Protestants, Anglo-Canadians who have social chauvinist hatred for Quebecois people, and some Catholic LARPers like Martin le Catholique They're all irredentists. They want to return to an agrarian state. These people actually want to deindustrialize and return to agrarian white society and remigrate people. None of their fucking ideology makes any sense whatsoever, but that's the point of Nazism and fascism and all their Catholic irredentist ideologies. More like Franco's Spain than Hitler or whatever, but still fash. Is there a way to get local? American news? Of course there is. Of course there is. Globe and Mail. Oh no. No. Of course, nothing here is talking about colonialism or imperialism or anything of the sort, really. Straight up nonsense. Alright, get back to work, bro. I'm of the 9 to 5 sort. I work on the weekdays, and on the weekends I spend the whole entire day live streaming on YouTube like a chud. It really is a bunch of chuddery. Yeah, of course. Of course. I mean, the anti-plan economy crowd are usually the ones I see the most are the Richard Wolf type worker co-op ghouls who don't understand why we must do away with commodity production and market relations. I need to check something really quick. Ah, tabarnak. Ah, ouch. Ouch. Hey, look at this. The stream camera does not work. If it isn't wonderful, really. Hello. Oh, there we go. Chud LARPs. Now. Ding dong, yeah, it's the CIA. The RCMP here. Oh, did I miss an S4A stream? I did. I love the S4A streams. They're a bunch of bangers, really. How did the last video do, right? Ad earnings are in escrow. I tried to dispute the claim, but I don't want to remove the Leve Palestine Sionism song. Otherwise, I'm gonna come across as a chud. So, 500 views in 48 hours. No, it's been 19 hours, 500 views, 107 hours of watch time, 5 subscribers. What about the reach? 3,500. Okay, that's a good engagement rate. 1 Content suggestion in this video. I beat Minecraft in second person. The time GRRM flirted with my girlfriend. Outsmarting 100 players with a perfect Minecraft base. A West German communist song. And Max Payne Caravan of Garbage. Wow. Awesome. Engagement. What about engagement? Ooh, 17.4k hype points. Gotta love that. Yeah. Average percentage view dropped a lot. That's typical of these more theoretical videos. Yeah. Oh well. Oh well, oh well, oh well. Thanks. I tried to... Oh my god. You know, this is a 53-minute video. The recording was 3 hours. I had to sift through this. I had a bunch of nonsense struggles with DaVinci Resolve and then a pirated version of Premiere and Kdenlive, and I finished this with this laptop trying to... What am I even trying to say? It's just... I had to remove like a 2-hour segment where I just babbled about state monopoly capitalism and the current conditions, because it was so specific to the 60s USSR that it really didn't make sense to put it in a video. I think I could have expanded more on the general crisis of capitalism and on state monopoly capitalism and on the emergence of the export of finance capital. But I think it was a good summary nonetheless. I might include these segments in the political economy video. I will finish writing it once I'm have more free... What do you mean more free time? It's summer. I only work. I don't have school. I'm gonna finish the script tonight. Yeah. Someone in the comments, I don't know if I forgot who wrote this, but suggested the Shanghai Political Economy Manual. I'm gonna read up on this, and I'm gonna record the video after I'm done with the script, of course, but I'm gonna mix the chapter on political economy from this Khrushchevite piece of shit. It's a great book if you ignore the Khrushchevite elements. And I'm gonna mix that with the Shanghai textbook. Actually, it was published in 1961, so it was the late 50s and early 1960s. I'll make a dedicated video on social imperialism regarding the USSR and China, because I myself struggle to completely grasp it. Like, if you're wondering, the reason why I make a lot of these videos, like what is imperialism, what is dialectical materialism, is so I myself can have a better understanding of it. Writing the script, reading up on material, and rereading this on video helps me to better grasp these concepts, because you can never have a strong enough foundation. You can always build on it. And in the same time, it allows me to reach people, to have this community, and to teach people if some people have a worse understanding than I have at the current moment, right? Yeah. So video making, I don't see it as like political activism, right? It's just content, educational content, maybe a bit entertaining at some point, but if it actually helps people understand Marxist concepts better, then so be it, and I'm very happy about it. Yeah. So, yeah, okay, here it is, LibreOffice. The political economy video Fucking hell! It didn't copy paste the thing properly. I'm gonna have to redo it. But chapter 8, is that what it was? I'll make a dedicated video on the state, of course. Yeah. What is this? Chapter 6? This is about social progress. I'll post this soon once I'm done writing the script. It's not that much writing a script, it's more like adapting it to video format and updating a lot of this content to the modern day. Right here I've had third part, political economy of capitalism. And this has a good introduction to political economy, what it is, and then pre-monopoly capitalism, so the apparition of capitalist relations, the law of value, and production, commodities, the labor incorporated in commodities, money, the law of value, and then the theory of surplus value, the production of it, capitalist exploitation, capital itself, salaries, the profit, average profit, the cost of production, and then rent, land rent, like agrarian elements, reproduction, economic crisis, the falling rate of profit in crisis of overproduction, the laws of accumulation, and the tendency of accumulation. So this is going to be a good primer to the imperialism video in the sense of the political economy of capitalism. And since it's very short, about 40 pages, I'm going to combine it with the Chinese manual, the Shanghai political economy manual, sorry. And that will be a very good overview, I think. And in the summer, I want to read Capital. I've never made it past chapter 3 of volume 1. Reading circle would be quite nice, actually. But yeah, political economy, social imperialism, what else? I don't think a video on Zionism would be very pertinent since you have Ben Parada who made a shit ton of video on liberal Zionism. 1954 political economy textbook. It's volume, second edition, so 1961. But yeah. I don't know what else I would have to add about Zionism. Not much, really. Everything's been said. Fuck Zionism. Fuck liberal Zionism. Down with imperialism. Things of the sort. No. we're gonna need to watch something on the stream, right? We're gonna hop on over to the other side. Once I find something to watch with you people. Imperialist propaganda would be awesome. I want to see imperialist propaganda. Ah, the Deprogram boys had the Gabriel Rockhall on. I'm gonna be sure to listen to this, even though Yugopnik is a massive ally of the platner left. Hakim and JT are arguably dengists. Mr. Beast. Something I think is quite sad is okay, let me just étendre. There we go. This YouTube channel right here. I find it sad that, you know, 500,000 subscribers and boom, you look at the views and it's 35 views. And it's like if you have 500 subscribers and your videos have 5 views, 86 views, 23 views, 20 views, 35 views, 10 views. It's not much. I don't know what happened to this channel, but it's like the videos are good, but yeah. I'll be sure to watch this fellow traveler video also as regarding social imperialism. What the fuck are these? That's supposed to be Khrushchev. Actually, oh yeah, Prolecult is amazing. It's incredible. Really like it. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to do this. And the left struggles with building power. Your whole ideology is based on not taking state power, my guy. Jesus. Way too many ads. Was it this one? Oh! Oh, this is a gem. Yeah. La 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 la.
Its own people. It's a.
By the way, this Thomas guy with the blue and black thing, this is like the egoist flag with Max Turner. This guy was in my comments talking about some egoist international. How fucking privileged and American do you have to be for this to be your fucking ideology?
Every argument that any Marxist or Marxist-Leninist has ever made. There's no arguments left. I've debunked all of them. I've responded.
This is your average American anarchist, bro. I've debunked all of it. I've debunked everything. I said that Marxism-Leninism is social democracy, therefore I've debunked you. No, you did not, bro. Engels turning over his grave. You people don't read Engels. Is that ML was specifically designed to work in Tsarist Russia in the early 1900s? No. Marxism-Leninism, you adapt it to local material conditions. It's not... It's a theory of the seizure of state power and the destruction of a capitalist society to build a socialist society. This is a hard watch.
Responded to all of them. They may not all be in one place, but they're all there. The state is counter-revolutionary, especially...
What the fuck are you talking about? Did you not read State in Revolution? You can't just say the state is counter-revolutionary and then not substantiate this claim. The state is an instrument of class domination. These people are going to then tell you that, oh yeah, we're going to have a militia of armed workers, or in their case, they don't want to work, they don't want to do any meaningful work, they want to be in their own little cottage with their own farm, but not have to do any work or labor. But they think that this militia of armed people with a monopoly on violence is not a state. They're going to call it anything but a state. And we've seen that Anark doesn't even understand the history of revolutionary Catalonia. He doesn't understand the Kurdish revolution in Syria with Rojava. He doesn't understand the Zapatistas. He just projects the label of anarchism onto them while saying the state is counter-revolutionary. Meanwhile, they effectively constitute the state. So the state is the instrument of class domination, one over another. So the workers seize state power and dominate the bourgeoisie. Assert their class interests. You don't just bring down the state and have these all disconnected organizations work without planning or collaboration or... I don't even know what his argument is at this point.
Part 4 just demolishes authoritarian leftism.
Authoritarian, of course.
Honestly, there just shouldn't be anything left of it afterwards. Well,
there is, because Marxism-Leninism is the emancipation of workers all across the world. And anarchism is graffiti on their bridge.
Authority, garbage, belongs in a trash can. The fact that Marxists associate themselves with on authority is really, it lowers their reputation in the process because it's such a worthless text that makes so few points.
Except it's not. It's a response to the anti-authoritarian anarchists of the time. You thinking that it's worthless because it is not entirely reflective of the current modern conditions means you don't understand the context of the text, and means you have not fucking done the reading.
That I think that it actually makes them look worse by being associated with it. It really just shouldn't even be in their canon. They should be kind of ashamed of that text.
Oh yeah, we should be ashamed of a text. We should be ashamed of wanting to seize state power through revolution. Thank you, Anark. I will be shameful and I will get myself into revolutionary despotism and depression, whatever the hell.
It's a terrible text. And you can watch a video of me just trashing on authority. I did an entire video about that.
Yeah, but the 2-hour video about him was not on authority. It was on his video talking about Marxism-Leninism and how he himself... this is something that annoys me with Anark, bro. The Excel spreadsheet with Wikipedia articles linked to it with zero rigor. The guy thought, oh yeah, I'm so smart, I'm a scientist, I'm this revolutionary figure in science and social research. If he had done any studies whatsoever and any social research whatsoever, he would know that there is zero rigor to his methodology, which was classifying all Marxist-Leninist states, even those that just changed their name or got destroyed by imperialism, but those that still existed but changed the name of the official state as failed states. And use that as an example of why Marxism-Leninism doesn't work. While we are in this imperialist dominated world. Charlitics made a video on... these people are worse than Vosh. It's crazy.
I just did a video recently, which is probably what got him upset, about how their politics actually don't work. They pretend...
No, what made me upset is that you LARP as a social scientist while having zero scientific rigor, and you straight up lie about not only your methodology, you didn't even expose what methodology you were using while making this stupid fucking Excel spreadsheet, but you're making nonsensical points and being a historical revisionist. Not in the sense of bringing back debates of historical events, but revising actual history by lying. That's why I'm upset.
In that they're utilitarians, but it just doesn't work.
No one claims to be a utilitarian and to follow John Stuart Mill utilitarianism. We're Marxists, not fucking Mill followers, bro.
Work. They say that by every metric, it doesn't work. So, like, if the metric is surviving imperialism, it doesn't.
Saying this while being an anarchist is crazy. Actual crazy work, dog. It did survive imperialism for a while until the contradictions became so severe, notably with encirclement in the USSR. And Cuba. What the fuck do you think anarchists would have done in Cuba, bro? In Cuba, encircled by the USA. Cuba had the USSR's nukes. That's what prevented Cuba from being straight up invaded from the get-go. What would anarchists have done with a nuke, right? Fucking shoved it up their own asses and then asked if anyone had a voluntary doctor in the fucking community to help them with this. Oh my god. I don't even know what I'm saying at this point. It's... This is the American stereotype. This is the 250 years of chowdhury that led to this mindset.
They get destroyed by imperialism all the time.
You're an anarchist.
Like, most of their projects have been destroyed by imperialism.
Yet they still made significant strides in human rights, in the emancipation of workers, in women's rights. Right, when the USA still had fucking human zoos, women didn't have the right to vote. Black people were segregated. The USSR had black people and women in their fucking science institutions teaching. And like, shit, I need to plug in the ThinkPad. Right, which power brick? This power brick. Actually, yeah, I'll be right back. we have the USB-C cable plugged in, and it's gonna keep the chat on. Okay. Yeah, of course, it's the exact same argument as, indigenous self-organization didn't work because they got colonized. Yeah. What kind of fucking American exceptionalism is this? Where you think that your own individualist anarchist ideology is worth more than the lives of colonized people in the global south who rose up against imperialism?
Just like everybody else. If it's progress towards socialism, zero progress towards socialism.
The fuck are you talking about, dog? Collectivization happened on a massive scale. You're just too stupid to see it because you're a stupid American.
The only thing they can really do is claim like liberal capitalist metrics for success.
No, we don't. Dog, liberal capitalist metrics for success are GDP per capita, GDP, and the growth of the economy. While in the USSR, it was, defeating Nazi Germany, achieving a shit ton more women's rights, and rights for queer people, right? Before the regression following the deaths of 27 million people to the Nazis, where people were kind of trying to get this society back up and running. I don't defend the ban on homosexuality, but by the way, Stalin wasn't the instigator of this. It was other people in the Supreme Soviet. He didn't have veto over anything. He was just the general secretary. But all I'm saying is the metrics were education, literacy rates, housing. What would your anarchist project do? To plan construction and production on a large scale. It doesn't do that because you don't believe in the state apparatus. It also, the USSR, acted as a threat to imperialism and to capitalism, and effectively scared the ruling classes of a lot of countries into adopting social democratic policies, into achieving better worker rights, as concessions to prevent revolution, of course. But it acted as this strong progressive force in the world. And for you to not see this and to think that you as an individual American anarchist criticizing Marxism all the time are doing any praxis whatsoever is ridiculous. This is one of the reasons why a lot of people who personally know him in activism work think he's insufferable because he acts this fucking way.
Yes. So, them talking about like GDP growth and
we don't talk about GDP growth. We talk about education, literacy, production, concrete material gains for the working class. Marxist-Leninists criticize liberals for using GDP as the metric of success. So again, he's pulling this out of his anus.
Industry growth and things like that. Quality of life. It's like, well, if quality of life is your metric for determining whether something is actually good, you should just like move to Norway or Sweden or Switzerland.
Again, it's not our metric, and we constantly criticize these countries for being imperialist.
Switzerland or just anywhere in Scandinavia.
Charlitics has even smeared the Zapatistas before. No, I did not. I said that because they don't have a strong state, because they're isolated, because the Mexican government is actually just fucking shitting on them, because the Mexican government is, the Mexican army is not only trying to do away with them, one part, they're also trying to let them be in some way. All I said is that the revolution has become kind of moribund because people are politically disengaged because the struggle hasn't gone far enough. This is not a smearing, this is an analysis of the situation. And These people, these anarchists, are lying. The only thing they know how to do is lie about people. Because they have no media literacy. They cannot fathom someone correctly analyzing the current material conditions of a given movement or country.
Iceland. It's like, why are you simping for China if that's all?
He's saying this while I'm an incredible critic of China's social imperialism, of China's BRICS and BRI initiatives. Also, can we take a moment to... okay. Simping. For them, everything is simping and standing. Like, these people speak in blue sky or Twitter terms. It's not serious. It's not simping for China. It's having the correct material analysis that, yes, China is a capitalist economy with a socialist characteristic, right? A communist, nominal communist party in power, where arguably between them and the United States, China is obviously the lesser evil. It's not a question of campism, it's a question of analyzing the material conditions. It's a question of analyzing the actions of both countries and realizing that, yes, China is doing this export of finance capital to benefits its own nation, but it's not bombing fucking people. It's not genociding anyone.
All you want, and they make up all this shit about, oh, they're not exploiting the global south. It's like,
I'm saying they're exploiting global south, you fucking nitwit. He's making shit arguments and projecting them onto me and to other MLs when this is not the take. So he's making these assumptions and these claims about what I'm saying when he has not watched the fucking videos I made. He's lying to his audience by pretending he knows what I talked about when he does not. And his audience are gargling the shit out of it. They're aspirating. I'm gonna calm down, but what I mean to say is that this is incredibly disingenuous.
We're in a capitalist world system. Everywhere is exploiting the global south.
Yeah, that's what we're saying. What is the argument here exactly?
If you trade in the capitalist world system, you're exploiting the global south.
Yeah, this doesn't apply to everyone equally, right? Do you think Palestine is exploiting the global south by themselves, having trade with external people? Do you think that fucking people in Bangladesh are exploiting the global south for trading with other countries? No! Their working class is exploited. You lack a class analysis in your argument.
Furthermore, China is exploiting its own people.
Yeah, that's a criticism of it I'm making all the time. That with the Deng's reforms, the capitalist class has become stronger in China, and exploitation has risen to such a high degree that the working class is not liberated from this capitalist restoration. Again, projecting shit onto me that I've never said. Actually, saying what I've been saying for a while, but he definitely doesn't have a material analysis of it.
It's absurd. They don't have, their politics are utterly empty. So
when the pot calls the kettle back, I start vibrating and throwing up violently all over my desk listening to this.
I haven't watched the video. I don't care.
Well, there you go. You haven't watched the video and you don't care for criticism because all that matters to you is your own personal persona and having the impression of being right all the time because you are a liberal, because you don't fucking care about the liberation of Global South. You want the sustaining of the US state because it materially benefits you.
Maybe I'll watch it at some point, but
He did not watch it.
I'm very...
anyone who speaks ill of Zapatistas should not be listened to, I think. Again, I've never spoken ill of the Zapatistas. All I've said is that the movement has become quite morbid and that the people are politically disengaged. This is something that you can know and correctly analyze if you watch the fucking documentary on the Zapatistas 30 years later, where members are saying what I'm fucking saying. Or you dance in your head, bro. I don't want to be ableist, but god fucking damn.
Very doubtful there's anything important there.
Straight up disregarding anything because you think you're right personally.
For mostly individualist anarchists.
Yeah. So that's what brother was saying. So ladies and gentlemen, gays and theys, and people all across the spectrum of genders and all this to say that this is the kind of American exceptionalist, anarchist exceptionalist, like, the guy's projecting, the guy's being a hypocrite, right? It is a painful watch, but I really love seeing myself get mentioned on these streams, but it's just insulting that he's not even watched the content, he hasn't listened to the arguments I've made, and he's just trying to debunk them by not addressing a single point I've made, but by making dumb arguments and projecting them onto it, and then himself having shit responses or shit arguments. It's anti-intellectualism, it's an insult to every worker in the Global South who rose against his country, the US. Oh yeah, that's prominent anarchist. Bro's got 40,000 subscribers. If I'm an ant, he's a cat or whatever in the fucking spectrum of things. 40,000 subscribers, yeah. All anarchists. And then people are asking me why I haven't, like, the video I responded to was like this one. They are lying to you. Let me pull up the spreadsheet. Did he remove the parts? Oh yeah, right. He goes on Wikipedia and said, I did the numbers, I did the math, and
I literally went and I counted it up.
And he counts the countries that have changed their name as countries with failure. He went with a fucking failure rate, right? Zero mention of how every anarchist project failed, but like, list of communist states, list of non-communist socialist states. What the fuck is this? What is this methodology? And like, Bad and Banana made 2 awesome fucking videos. This one debunking Anark, and B is not a Marxist-Leninist. He's, I don't know what he is. He's third worldist, anti-imperialist. He lacks a good Marxist analysis sometimes, but like, he's never compromised on Palestine. He's never compromised on US imperialism. I think sometimes it's a bit cynic in the way he sees Americans, but I don't blame him when he interacts with fucking Anark. Anark also claimed that US soldiers are slaves. This was a banger video to watch, but right here. He's back at it again. What are you doing, dog? Yeah, that's what I thought.
At least initially, like Vietnam, the USSR.
Right, there you go.
Whatever, okay? I'm not thinking of anything in particular.
Fact was arguing with somebody on Twitter the other day. They were talking about the success of all of the authoritarian leftist methods.
He really does sound exactly like Vosh. He really does.
I went and looked it up. I found a fucking list on Wikipedia of all...
I found a list on Wikipedia.
All of their self-claimed quote-unquote socialist projects and all their quote-unquote self-claimed communist projects. And I researched them, and I literally went and I counted it up. And did the statistics. They have failed.
Dude, the statistics, I guarantee you... Fuck. This guy does not know how to count. I don't know how to say it in English, but fuck. How do you say this? The ANOVA, the analysis of variance, the homoscedasticité des résidus. Like, he doesn't fucking know how to do statistics if this is his fucking idea of statistics. If you're going to operate on the failure rates, you're going to need to have a definition of what failure is, of what criteria you're doing it by. But yeah, we're going to watch the rest of this.
196 of 200 times.
What does that even mean? What does failure mean in this case? Like the state collapsing or something? What is this list? List of communist states? I did the data. They have failed 196 out of 200 times. Like, let's say that was true. How many times has anarchists failed? Like, anarchism hasn't even existed to have failed. But like, what does failure even mean here? Is like maintaining against like all of the might of global imperialism, for example, a country like the USSR, a state like the USSR, for nearly a century. Is that a failure? Generations of people lived and died in the USSR. It was the only thing that some of them had ever known. This country, this state capitalist or socialist state or whatever you want to call it, for them it was a resounding success. For many of
Just a point here, in the political economy video, we're going to go over state capitalism, what it is. A lot of people use the term state capitalism and don't seem to understand what it is. There's a bit of arguments, right, about what the USSR was. Is it? I'm looking at this camera, but this one right here. I'm talking about commodity production and so on and so forth. So stay tuned for that. We're going to continue with this.
Of them, but it's a failure because eventually, against the pressures of global capitalism, against the pressures of imperialism, against the total might of Western imperialism, the state collapsed. So it failed. And everything else that it achieved is just thrown out the window. Because if that counts as a failure for you, then I don't even know what you have. Does he have a comparison of anarchism? Like, the definition of failure is, so what are these even? Okay. Yes. Hold on, what is this list? What's the link? Overview of communist states that have self-described as People's Democratic. That's the list that he used. It has Cuba, which apparently Cuba abolished itself in 1976. I didn't know that. Apparently Angola abolished itself in 1992. What actually happened on these dates? What is it that he's referencing? Because these dates don't make any sense. Like, this list has North Vietnam on it. North Vietnam, a country that was abolished to then be replaced with Vietnam, is on this list because it didn't exist anymore after the 2nd of July, 1976. And he has this here in his list of failures, counting as a failure. When that's a resounding success, they want.
And then he says, there you go, like, self-proclaimed quote-unquote communist state, self-proclaimed socialist state. If the guy were to do any social research whatsoever, he would get fucking expulsed out of the university for having a strong bias. That's not how you fucking recall your different data points, but right here, autonomous regions. 5 exists, 5 still exists, 0% failure rates. Yet what have they concretely achieved? Radio silence, I guess.
On the war. It also has South Vietnam, the people who Vietnam fought against, are listed here, and then they go on to his list of failures as counting as a failure. What the fuck are you talking about? This is nonsensical. The data makes no sense. But the point here is mostly like, what does that even mean? There wasn't a success. I'd say a state that existed in some of these cases for like 80, 90 years, with like 3 generations of people living and dying, and living way better than people had in those regions beforehand. I'd say that's a pretty resounding success, even if eventually it fell. And that's something that we can build on in the future and learn from to try and make sure that we do better next time. But for him, it's just a total failure. And even apart from that, dude, you're an anarchist. If I asked you to list me one success of your ideology, you wouldn't be able to. You'd have to claim things that weren't even anarchist as anarchist, and they'd all be insignificant. Things like little communes in the fucking woods and shit.
196 of 200 times, y'all. It is a vastly failed ideology, ludicrously failed ideology. It does not have a claim to practicality. It doesn't work. It usually gets destroyed.
Apricots. Apologies. Now, I think this is one of the parts in the clip where he talking about really funny shit.
But they've done
I can't believe that an anarchist is saying these things. I'm honestly fucking gobsmacked. If anyone ever asks you about anarchism, just take this quote here and reply with this.
It is a vastly failed ideology, ludicrously failed ideology. It does not have a claim to practicality. It doesn't work.
Like everything that he said there applies so much more to anarchism. I don't understand how he's not stopping himself and thinking about that. If I had his beliefs and I was in these circumstances, I would stop myself and feel a need to justify my own ideology, because I would be cognitive of the fact that what I'm saying, like the audience might be thinking, wait, doesn't this apply more to you? But it doesn't seem to occur to him at all.
Into believing that it works super, super well because they point to like 3 examples. Okay, they tried it like 200 times, and they failed 196 times, and they're convinced.
Now, that's obviously not true. Went over the data, it's totally fucking bullshit. But even if it was true, 4 successes out of 196 failures is still an incredibly good record compared to absolutely anything else. And wouldn't it make sense that you, as someone who wants a better world, who wants things to be different, to say, you know what, I'm going to grit my teeth a little bit here and advocate for these projects and support them while they exist and fight against the forces that are trying to destroy them? Because something that he seems to be allergic to mentioning is that every single one of the actual socialist, Marxist-Leninists, whatever you want to call them, projects, state socialists, state capitalists, whatever the fuck you want to call them, I honestly don't give a shit about the semantics. Pretty much all of them were destroyed as a result of mass outside interference. Outside interference emanating from the imperialist countries where anarchists like you mostly reside, because anarchism is overwhelmingly a first world phenomenon. There are very few anarchists outside of the first world. So given that, why wouldn't you acknowledge that? Like, why wouldn't you acknowledge, like, yeah, they were interfered with, they failed.
There was this fucking point where he said, like, what has anarchism done? A polycule in Portland, and I will be telling my Portland polycule all of this. Anarcho-McCarthyism. I did the statistics and bro just put in some numbers in the spreadsheet because he can't do basic arithmetic. So, yeah, it's Vaughtian thoughts. That's the kind of unserious fucking nonsense that I come across and that I love to react to. So, yeah. Happy 4th of July to all Yankees like this guy who profit from the insulting every socialist project in the world and into degrading Marxism, wherever it is. I hope your Portland polycule is treating you well. Oof. What a roller coaster. Jesus Christ. I still can't believe he's a real person. It flabbergasts me. Anarcho-Reaganism, yeah. 4th of July. Today's the 4th of fucking July. Wow. USA Today. There's also the Trump historic speech or whatever.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the 45th and 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
And this is Mount Rushmore as well. Fucking hell. I love the bulletproof glass here. USA, USA.
Well, thank you very much to the men and women of the South Dakota Air National Guard and those beautiful F-35s. We love them, and I want to thank you all for being here. This is a big crowd. This is a lovely crowd. And what a sight it is. I want to thank Senate Majority Leader John Thune, a good friend of mine, and all
Yeah, it is the Yankee Doodle dipshit himself, indeed.
of us. Senator Mike Rounds, great guy. Governor Larry Roden, thank you, Larry.
Rodent?
Lieutenant Governor Van Huysen. Oh, they're good. No, I was waiting for that. They said, you start speaking, they won't interrupt you at all. They didn't interrupt us at all. Thank you. They're fantastic. What great, incredible talent.
Oh yeah, I'm sure if someone hacked the teleprompter, he wouldn't fucking bat an eye. He's demented as hell.
Pilots, thank you very much.
Crazy how quickly people forgot about the Epstein scandal. About how Donald Trump was on a fucking yacht with Epstein fucking associates, assaulting and murdering little girls and throwing them in the fucking lake. Just fucking the state of this empire, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Ah, shit.
No, I was waiting for that. They said, you start speaking, they won't interrupt you at all. They didn't interrupt us at all. Thank you. They're fantastic. What great, incredible, talented pilots. Thank you very much. And Secretary Burgum, who's doing a phenomenal job. Governor Ron DeSantis, thank you. Governor DeSantis, where's Ron? Thank you, Ron. Distinguished guests and fellow citizens, tonight we gather on the eve of one of the most extraordinary days in the history of the world. Tomorrow we mark 250 years of glorious independence and 250 years of majestic American freedom. Nothing like it.
Nothing like the freedom of getting exploited by your boss and then having your tax dollars getting sent to fucking bomb children in Iran and Palestine and Lebanon. and Venezuela, and Cuba, and Nicaragua, and Peru, and Guatemala, and Nicaragua, and Panama, and Chile, and Argentina, and Brazil, and everywhere in Africa, and also everywhere in Asia, and also everywhere in Eastern Europe.
In all the chronicles of the ages, never before has any nation celebrated so magnificent a triumph as this one. The
Oh my God.
one that we are participating in right now. At 250 years, America is the oldest republic on earth. We are the freest people on earth. We have the most righteous and enduring constitution on earth. We are the strongest and most powerful country on earth. And by the grace of God, the United States of America is the most successful, most accomplished, most exceptional nation ever to exist in human history.
It's not a nation, you fucking dimwit. It's a prison house of nations.
And it is great to be your president. It is great. For a quarter of a millennium, liberty, justice, equality, self-government, and unmatched prosperity have flourished here as they have never flourished anywhere before. There is nothing like what we are doing.
I wonder why, bro.
The birth and survival of the American nation under God is quite simply the best and most incredible thing ever to happen on this planet.
It baffles me how Americans are still this deep into religious fundamentalism and Christianity. I don't get it. This obsession with God and religion. The remnants we have here is like expression sometimes and like holidays. Apart from them, we're not really practicing in Quebec. At least the baptized Christians.
Human hands ever. That is ever, ever, ever. No other country has done more good for this world than the United States of America.
No other country in the world has done more good for the world than the United States of America, that genocided millions of people, that bombed the hell out of everyone, and that destabilized every fucking people trying to achieve their own autonomy. Oh my fucking God. Underlying this fucking claim, I think it is the World War II bullshit, where I have a good documentary on this, a few people, or a speech. That was the USSR, not the fucking United States. The United States were dragged into the war in 1944. Not in 1939. The USSR was the main fucking opposition to Nazi Germany. And yet they never get any praise for this. Fucking hell. Oh, the hypocrisy is fucking insane. This is like societal dementia.
And we give thanks for these extraordinary blessings. We remember that what we have created in this country is not the natural way of the world. It is not the norm. It is the exception. It is rare. It is priceless, and it is truly miraculous.
Oh yeah, it is rare to be the #1 colonial superpower that subjugates most of the people in the world.
Throughout the entire story of humanity, most people in most places have lived a life plagued by suffering, poverty, exploitation, violence, and
Because of you, motherfucker. It's because of you.
misery. But here in America, in this land, on this continent, we have written a very different story.
$35.9 million people in poverty in the United States. Wow. Talk about a prosperous nation.
It's a tale of adventure, liberation, and unmatched greatness. It's the story of people governing themselves, the many uniting as one, the men and women rising by their own skill and talent to go further and reach higher than anyone has ever gone before.
Yeah, in terms of the wealth of a single person, sure, but there's 360 million people in this country or some shit.
There has never been anything like this. The triumph of American independence was the result of the most extraordinary people in history, the most extraordinary culture in history.
What fucking culture, bro? Burgers and fucking McDonald's? The only actual culture the US has is stolen from the natives, or music and traditions from enslaved black Americans. Like jazz and blues, or fucking banger music. Maybe the country music of the workers in the deep Appalachia who were fighting against racism in the ranks and fighting against capitalism, but what has the imperialist USA achieved in terms of culture? Fuck you, Donny D.
And the most extraordinary ideas in history, all creating the most extraordinary republic ever, ever, ever in history.
This was like a fucking child in kindergarten trying to make an expose of like what his dad does for work. What the fuck is this?
It all came together for the miracle of July 4th, 1776. That was a big year.
Yeah, a miracle, bro. From God.
250 years ago tomorrow, what a big day that is. I consider this a big day because I'm with you. I like that too. And by the way, we won big here. We won really big. Each and every time. But 250 years ago tomorrow, the words of our Declaration of Independence sent an earthquake through all of the coming time. They sparked a revolution that has never ended, but still continues to this day. And tonight we come to this beautiful mountain, and it is beautiful, to express our gratitude to those who made it possible, starting with the four men most responsible for reaching this milestone more than any others. We salute the father of our country, George Washington.
Well, all the self-boasting compensates for the fact that he's a serial rapist and a close associate of Jeffrey Epstein, but seems like most of the people have forgotten that or some fucking thing. Zero accountability whatsoever, ever.
The author of the Declaration of Independence, Thomas Jefferson. The great emancipator and savior of our union.
Slave owner, by the way.
Abraham Lincoln. And the man who built America into a global superpower, Theodore Roosevelt. These are the men who declared the freedom, won our freedom, saved our freedom, and secured our freedom. They were men of action, men of ambition.
What a fucking freedom are these people talking about? It always baffles me when Americans start talking about freedom. What do you mean? What is your definition of freedom? Because it sure as hell doesn't include the housing security, job security, life without poverty, affordable housing, food, shelter, electricity, self-accomplishment, free will. What is it then? What is their definition of freedom?
Men of daring, men of destiny, and men of truly great intelligence. Above all, they were great men of history. Tonight, on the threshold of our 25th year, we stand beneath the monument of these heroes,
A monument of colonization for the fucking Yanks with small penises who have to compensate for it by digging their fucking heads in the mountain.
true group of unbelievable people, and we rededicate ourselves to being a nation as big, bold, noble, and as great as these American giants. And that's not easy to do, but we're going to do it. These men could only have been made in the USA.
Everything behind you is made in China, dog. Your flags are made in China. Your screens are made in China. Your suit's made in China. Your pin's made in China. Your self-tan is made in China. Your hair dye is made in China.
Their faces are engraved on these bluffs, not only because of what they did, but to remind us forever who we are. These heroes exemplify what is timeless, enduring, and eternal about the American character. And in the end, it has always been that character, our distinct and unique identity. It is a truly unique identity.
Oh yeah.
And it'll never change. It's the ultimate source of our strength.
Just like the Israeli identity, it is very unique. And if you go abroad and you meet an American and an Israeli, you're gonna know right away.
And the bulwark of our freedom. On this anniversary, we must remember, we have to remember, we can never forget that American liberty has not endured for 250 years merely because of words on paper. Liberty has prevailed here because of the culture and character of the people who declared it, defended it, and preserved it. These are very, very special times, and this is a very special place. You live in a very special place. Congratulations, everybody. The identity of a nation is the destiny of a nation, and America has a destiny like no other because we are a people like no other. For whatever reason, that's just the way it is. Here, the old world sent its bravest, boldest, and most resilient, its fiercest, most faithful, and freedom-loving. These men and women brought values, traditions, and customs transmitted over the centuries.
Every time I watch a Trump speech, it's reminiscent of Black Mirror. I don't get how an entire society can be so detached from reality. Like, if you're a worker in the USA, how the fuck do you still fall for this? I understand that common sense is the ideas of the bourgeoisie, but if you become so propagandized that you genuinely believe this, and you still fall for a serial sex offender and trafficker, such as Donald Epstein, makes me quite cynical. I don't know.
Centuries in Britain and stretching back even further to Athens, Jerusalem, and Rome. The United States of America is where the greatest civilization in human history became greater than ever before. On the grounds and granite hills and the rugged plains of this wide open continent, they forged a uniquely American character, a new breed of citizen. That's you. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
Congratulations. You're not that new a breed. You're a really good breed, but I'm not sure that you're that new a breed. Americans did not bow before a king or a government, but kneeled only.
Oh, this is gold. This is straight gold.
Only before all.
Yeah, all these guns, all these shooters, none of them can aim, and these people are yapping constantly about their right to bear arms, the Second Amendment, but never actually fucking use them to overthrow this tyrannical, capitalist dictatorship of the bourgeoisie.
Almighty God. 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 That's right.
Religious fundamentalists as well.
These were the people who founded our republic. These were the patriots who fought for independence. This was the spirit that demanded freedom. And this was the culture that built America.
Yeah, freedom to colonize and fucking conquer everything and genocide natives for your own fucking national benefit. Fuck you, Donald. Fuck you.
And carved its heroes into Mount Rushmore.
This is agonizing.
For generations, it was understood that the core of patriotic duty of every American was to pass this culture on to our children and to preserve the nation for centuries and centuries to come. But in recent years, there's been an undeniable attempt to change this exceptional character, to beat the American spirit out of us, alienate us from our history, and to make it impossible to even answer the question, what does it mean to be an American? As we march into our 250th
I just thought he was gonna do the whole what does it mean to be a woman type shit dig at the so-called wokes, but oh, disappointment.
50th year, incredible, beautiful year it will be. We must never forget there is no American freedom without American culture.
The fuck does that mean?
And there is no American founding without the American people. Many nations have paper constitutions and legal systems, but the citizens live in fear and squalor. A constitution is only as strong as the people and the culture responsible for upholding it. But as we are and what we're all about, the United States of America will forever be the land of free men and women, and we will...
Unless you're not white and unless you're non-American, I guess. The fucking kind of cognitive dissonance is this shit. What kind of Gusano Hong Kong motherfucker is this? Why are all the deaths to communism longing free? Who the fuck is this? Is this guy Israeli? Who the fuck are you, bro? Who are you? Charlie B. So proud to be an American. Thank you, President Trump. I love you. These have to be fucking bot comments. These people are psychotic, dog. Oh, there we go. They go fucking idiots who think that the USA is under occupation by Zionists, like by the Israel. Israel is a settler colony that is propped up by the USA. Motherfucker, you have it the wrong way around. Oh my god. Unfortunately, Australia has communism creeping into its country because of socialist far left PM. Vote One Nation. What the fuck are they talking about? We're democratic socialists now in the USA. These people are scared of fucking Zohran Mamdani. Oh, there we go. They're talking about Dearborn, Michigan because of Islam or whatever the fuck. Jesus Christ. Entire nation of fascists. It's incredible.
Never, ever fail. So tonight, let us say clearly and proudly what makes Americans so unique and extraordinary. We're going to give our country its identity back. Above all, Americans love freedom. We cherish independence, and we know that we are the heirs to the most beautiful land, the most thrilling story, and the most precious legacy on which the sun has ever shined. In America, we do not need anyone's permission to say what we think and to live as we please, to worship as we choose, or to keep and bear arms. You know that.
Then fucking use your arms and overthrow this fucking fascist regime, dog. Oh. Like all these fucking Yankees do with their fucking guns is shoot up schools and kill people on the road for fucking passing them in the left lane or whatever the fuck. What is this? What is this? Ah.
And for almost 6 years during my presidency, I've saved, almost single-handedly, but working with John and some other great people, we've saved your Second Amendment, and
Who the fuck is John?
I will continue to do so, I promise.
Kennedy?
Our rights here, given to us by the God who made us, and those rights shall not be infringed. Americans believe in self-reliance. We look at success with envy not, and I say that some people are envious and some people are not. We are not, but with admiration, and we earn it, and we will always earn it, and we will always respect it. We are an incredible, good, kind, and generous people, always ready to help a friend or a neighbor in need.
No, you're fucking not.
One has ever given more to charity, ended more hunger, cured more disease, or done more to uplift humanity than Americans, and no country ever will be able to match it.
You described the USSR, you fucking nitwit. Jesus Christ. Donating to charity, and it's donating to the fucking Jewish Defense League, or where they fucking beat up anti-Zionists and dox people who hate the state of Israel for its genocide of Palestinians. Donating to the fucking Bill Gates Foundation to fucking make us all eat like beetle fucking gruel or whatever. I'm sorry.
Americans honor excellence. We admire boldness. We respect ambition. We are a nation of dreamers and believers, warriors and explorers, doers and fighters. In every human endeavor, Americans see an unfinished competition. What is strong can be made stronger.
John Birch.
What is fast can be made faster. What is great can be made greater than ever before, and that's what's happening with America. Show us a mountain, and we'll just climb it. Show us an ocean, and we'll just cross it.
Is that why you couldn't fucking climb the mountains in Iran and you couldn't fucking win the war? You fucking loser.
Show us a problem, and we will just solve it. Show us a task the world calls impossible, and Americans will get it done.
What about poverty? What about finding a cure for homelessness? Huh? What about 1 million homeless people in the USA? You have a solution for that?
Americans are strong and always ready to stand firm for a good cause. We treasure justice, fairness, family, honesty.
This is low-key getting boring. He's just fucking yapping about the same thing without any substance.
And human dignity, unlike society.
You of all people talking about fucking human dignity when you're a pedophile rapist. Oh my god.
Societies based on class, clan, or tribe.
Hold up, what?
Honesty and human dignity, unlike societies based on class, clan, or tribe.
Unlike societies based on class, what do you think the USA is, you fucking brain-dead, moronic piece of shit?
We see every citizen as an individual, equal under the law and equal under the eyes of the law.
Only if they're rich.
In America, we speak English because that is the language of our founding. And
no. The USA does not have an official language. The USA speaks English, Navajo, Spanish, and a shit ton of other languages because it's a nation, a prison house of nation, built by a shit ton of immigration as well. English is the language of the prison house, let's say.
For 1,000 years.
Yeah, unlike societies based on class, just fucking killed me. We did it, guys. With the advent of capitalism and the triumph over feudalism, we abolished class society altogether. Great success.
That has been the language of freedom. An American always wants peace and order, but we will never shrink from danger or threat. We will always fight, 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 and win, win, win. We got to do that. Because this is our culture, this is our character. Not every American is all of these things, but every American knows these are the traits that make our country exceptional, and exceptional it is. You do not have to be born here, but you do have to love what we have built. You must love
Is that why you're deporting everyone who's not born here, you fucking twat?
our country.
Oh.
There's never been anything like us anywhere
Oh, by the way, when I say you, I'm talking about the fucking U.S. political class, whatever. Democrats or Republicans, they're all the same shit.
on earth, and we are not going to let anyone take that away. Yet as we approach this magnificent anniversary, we see our American identity under a renewed attack, a generation after we fought.
This is the kind of fucking audience that the ACP is trying to reach into. Not even workers, just a bunch of fucking petit bourgeois motherfuckers.
And won the Cold War.
You really have to be... Oh my god. Never mind.
Against the menace of communism. There is now
What communism, dog?
a resurgence of the communist menace in our land, including from newcomers to
There we go. McCarthy, John McCarthy, back at it again. He was talking about John earlier. That was John McCarthy.
our country who embrace ideas totally opposed to our way of life and our great success. These are not mere political disagreements like differences over taxes
Yeah, because your fucking way of life is pedophilia and exploitation.
or regulations. Communism is a mortal threat to American liberty. It is the greatest threat to our country, including World War I, World
What?
War II, Pearl Harbor, or
The fuck do you mean Pearl Harbor?
even 9/11. We're not going to let this happen to us. Believe me, we're not letting it happen. Because communism is the enemy of free people everywhere in the world. Never works.
Yeah, communism is the enemy of colonized people when US multinational corporations fucking reap everything in their land.
It's the enemy of the Constitution. Above all, it's the
Well, yeah, because your constitution is fucking 250 years old and hasn't been updated. It's a constitution of fucking slave owners, property owners, misogynists, racists, rapists.
enemy of July 4th, 1776. It is the enemy indeed. Even while the radicals and extremists attack our incredible history at every turn, they are silent on the miserable history of communism itself because it never worked. Thousands
Why is he talking about communism? This is a July 4th speech.
of years, if you look at it, under different names, under somewhat different ideologies and systems, that system has led to more death and destruction than any system. Ever tried. It killed 100 million people just in the last century alone. Communism
It really shows that the US ruling class is scared of the working people rising up. At the same time, they have the Second Amendment, but they don't fucking use it. Americans, dog.
is the exact opposite of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. It's
Well, yes, communism is the opposite of the constitution that allows private property over the means of production and the exploitation of people. It is the antagonism to landlords and to slave owners.
death, tyranny, and the pursuit of evil. The godless communist morality states that anything is justified to bring about
There you go, the godless communists. This guy is saying that the atheists are communists and they are evil. Like, the fuck do you mean? The godless. I really don't get religious people, dog. I don't get it. It really is the opium of the people.
inhuman vision.
These fucking apes are buying this because they are Christians, Christian fundamentalists, evangelical Christians, and they will believe anything that comes out of this pedophile's mouth. Because the Christian priests and the Epstein people all have the same sexual preferences.
And to really propose what's good. They don't want good. They don't love God, and they don't want God. They don't love religion, and they don't want religion, and they want
No, we don't. We are dialectical materialists. We do not believe in your fucking idealist, God nonsense, God worshipping bullshit that has subjugated most of the world.
Won't have it, but we will not let them win. They have no chance against.
So there we go. This is one more bit in the anti-American sentiment bullshit they're doing to arrest people. Being anti-religion, being an atheist, not believing in a god, being a godless heathen will get you arrested. Awesome.
They have no respect for law, justice, principle, tradition, or your God-given rights.
Well, no, because they're not fucking legitimate. Why should anyone have like unlimited respect for laws as a whole when the laws are unjust and only benefit the fucking rich? What's wrong with opposing a law that is unfair or unjust? He doesn't understand this because the law doesn't punish him for being a pedophile.
It's an ideology of mass theft, mass control, mass lies, and mass murder.
What about the theft of wages from workers? What about the subjugation of... Bro, mass thefts and mass murder. Jesus fucking Christ. The cognitive dissonance. It has to be intentional at this point. Oh.
Turn around and destroy it. It always is destroyed, just as communists have done in other countries all over the world, no matter where you look. Very simply, communism represents the worst ideas and abuses in history by the worst people. The American founding represents the best ideas and traditions in history by the best.
So he and the American ruling class are recognizing that communism represents a threat to the hegemony and to the control of the American ruling class over the working people. That's a good sign.
Best people like you. You can be loyal to Karl Marx, or you can be loyal to America. You can be a communist, or you can be a patriot. You cannot be both. As for those who peddle Marxist lies about our heritage, or tell our children that we live on stolen land, or that our heroes were oppressors.
Well, yeah, your heroes were slave owners and genocided natives and treated them like animals because they think their fucking colonial state's manifest destiny was legitimate.
Doing something much worse than slandering our past. They are slandering and attacking our future. Not going to let that happen. They're trying to tear down the great American character, to destroy the people who declared independence.
Good, yeah,
who
good.
crossed the Delaware, who settled the West, and conquered the skies. You know who those people are. But we will never let that happen. Our American ancestors did not shed their blood at Concord and Trenton, Gettysburg and Shiloh, Midway and Normandy, just so that a band of thieves, radicals, and lunatics could come in and loot and pillage our nation. Our heroes died to win, build, and to save, and to build truly
Bro is teleprompting hard as fuck.
a great country.
I really hope the bourgeois... Yeah. The more that these fucking far-right lunatics keep talking about communism, the more that liberal workers will start to question the lies about communism being told to them.
The greatest country ever in the world.
Again with this.
So on the
More,
eve
Mr. Trump, please, more.
of this 250th anniversary of American heritage, we resolve and swear for all to hear that the citizens of the United States of America will vanquish communism quickly. Don't let them take too much of your time. You know they're wasting your time, don't you? But we're not going to let them take too long or too much of our time as they play their games and send them into exile. We will send them quickly away, and we will continue to build our country bigger and better and stronger than ever. Before. America will never be a communist country.
No, because America will dissolve and disintegrate into a union of nations under a free, democratic, and socialist system. The settler colonial genocidal state will be replaced with a fair and free society.
We can only lose the midterms if we allow ourselves to lose the midterms, if we are foolish, stupid, and unwise. But if we terminate the filibuster, as we should do, and immediately vote for the Save America Act, then we will not lose an election.
Hold up. Congress.gov, there we go. Safeguard American Voter Eligibility Act, proof of U.S. citizenship, and requires photo ID to vote in federal elections. This is odd. Right here, you just get a fucking paper. Sure, the only U.S. citizens are registered to vote. Voting restriction. Co-sponsors. Who are the co-sponsors? All Republicans.
For 100 years. We do that, we're not going to lose an election for 100 years. The Communist Party is made up of illegal immigrants, criminals, and everybody that doesn't want to work.
Yeah, sure. The Communist Party. The party of... From each according to his ability, to each according to his work. The party of the workers doesn't want to work. Saying this while you are a dirty pedophile capitalist is crazy.
Communism is a loser. It always was, and it is right now. It's a big loser. Look at the people that are promoting it. They are not the people you're going to follow. In 250 years, the free people of this land have accomplished more with our liberty than any other society has accomplished, even in thousands and thousands of years. As you look back and you study, what our critics will never understand is that America is not the sum of its mistakes. Our mistakes make us human. Our achievements make us American, and nobody has ever had the achievements that we've had. We are the nation that dreamed and created the modern world. We laid the
Rage bait! Rage bait.
We raised up those big, beautiful skyscrapers, harnessed electricity, and invented the light bulb, the telephone, the airplane, the assembly line, the television, the microchip, the personal computer, the internet, the GPS, the smartphone, and almost everything else that has ever been invented, including, especially over the last few days in certain areas, a thing called air conditioning. We invented it all. We charted the human genome, cured diseases. We powered entire cities by splitting single atoms and planted our flag on the moon. Americans filled the airwaves of the planet with our music and our culture. We invented baseball, basketball, football, volleyball, NASCAR, and the rodeo. We love that rodeo of the West. Americans have won the most Olympic medals of any country in the world, by far. The most Nobel Prizes. Well, they have...
I wonder who the fuck the Nobel Prizes go to, dog. I bet he's still fucking malding about his Nobel Peace Prize.
Haven't given me one.
There we go.
Settled 8 wars. I still haven't gotten it. That's okay.
That fucking means settle 8 wars. You started a war of aggression on Iran like twice. Supported the genocide. Multiple genocide, actually. Are you fucking... There's no way he actually believes this shit.
And the most world records. We publish by far the most patents. We produce the best movies. We make the best music. And we raise up the greatest entertainers and strongest athletes the world has ever seen. So true. We built the biggest and most dynamic economy. And by the way, our country today is doing better than it's ever done before. Never had anything like it.
Oh, no, that's NASDAQ. Yeah, typical.
With, as of last week, $19.2 trillion pouring into the United States right now from all over the world. That's the investments being made, and the record was 3. 4 years, in 4 years, the last administration did much less than 1, and we did 19.2 in 12 months. And thanks to our great election win, November 5th, and the tariffs, plants and factories are being built all over the United States right now, and they're being built at a number that we've never, ever seen before. So
Nah, dog, the fucking AI data centers are getting built and ruining people's lives. Your factories aren't fucking doing shit. They can't compete with factories abroad. This is not how industrialism works. You can't deindustrialize a country and then wonder why it doesn't work and then suddenly reindustrialize in the clap of a finger when you can't even compete with other states building steel, notably.
So much more. We're breaking
Rose, yeah, he's actually making communism more popular. Thank you, Donald.
records by double, triple, quadruple. We created the strongest and most powerful military. We won 2 world wars, the Cold War, left America's
The USSR won World War II, you fucking dimwit.
enemies in the depths of history. We beat Venezuela in 1 day, and we knocked the hell out of Iran. They're dying
You lost the fucking war in Iran, you fucking dimwit.
to settle. They want to settle so badly. We gave them a week off for a funeral because we're nice. It's true. For 250 years, the entire world has looked to our country and been inspired by the leaps of progress, feats of strength, and acts of selflessness, faith, and hope that could only have happened right here. 2 years ago, we were laughed at, mocked, and a nation in decline. We were in very serious decline. Last administration, what they've done to us, we can never, ever forget that. And today, we are the hottest country anywhere in the world. Everybody respects us. Like no nation. Remember this, we're respected like no nation in the world is respected
Yeah, no one fucking respects you anymore.
like us. Every king, every prime minister, every president, they respect us more than any other country by far. 2 years ago, they laughed at us. Now it's only respect. And I want to tell you, the best is yet to come.
What, you mean you're gonna nuke someone?
So in conclusion, from the roaring waters of Niagara Falls to the shimmering gushes of oil and fire from our beloved Texas, from the magnificent fields of corn and wheat and barley of our farms in the Midwest to the vast canyons of finance in New York City, from the billowing sacks of steel now being produced all over our country at record levels, to the car plants that are rising like we have never seen before. We have more plants under construction than we've had ever before. Automobile plants, something you didn't see of at all for 35 years. To technology from the minds of geniuses that is being brought to life in all corners of our country, from the snow-capped peaks of the Rockies, of the Gulf of America.
Yeah, bro, the Gulf of America. Ah, the Gulf of America. I don't know, man. It says Gulf of Mexico. Sure, you can claim this part of your fucking Gulf, but nah. These are Mexican waters, dog. I say we call this the Gulf of Cuba. By the way, if you're going over here, Atlantic City, look at these fucking beautiful salt marshes. Absolutely tremendous. Right here. Ay, 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 ay. Yummy. Let's get back to this. We have 2 minutes left.
And you're right here in the Black Hills of the Dakotas. After 250 years, American freedom still rings. The American dream still lives, and the American flag still flies more proudly than ever before. Over the people who will not quit, the nation that will not.
That's odd.
Not fail, the country that will not fall, no matter how hard the enemy tries, we cannot be beaten. Tomorrow we reach a milestone like no other and celebrate with joyful hearts and soaring spirits, because after 2.5 centuries, we know that this is not an ending. This is only the beginning of the golden age of America.
Oh, it really is not. It really
and together
is not.
we will make America bigger, better, and stronger than ever before.
Harder, better, faster, stronger. Yank.
I promise you that. It's an honor to be your president. Thank you very much, and happy Independence Day to all. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you.
up. Holy slop. Alright, this is the level of intellectualism that reigns in the USA and what tens of millions of people fall for. At least we got a little dancey dance from John Pedophile over there, so that's that at least. I should really call him John Pedophile more often. That's a great idea, actually. Oh, god damn it. Do we have any more news from Al Jazeera? 2 killed in Israel attacks on Gaza. Fucking again, dog. Free Palestine from the river to the sea. Please. Yeah, the Iranians are gonna mourn Khamenei for the coming 2 days. I thought the funeral procession was earlier than that. The jerker. Even the Al Jazeera articles are way too focused on the World Cup. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Oh, yo, 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 yo. Trump hints Israel's Benjamin Netanyahu may visit the US as early as next week. The visit would mark Netanyahu's 7th visit to the US and Trump's return to office for his 2nd term. 7 visits? Netanyahu had requested the meeting. It seems like the Israelis are trying to pressure the US into not having a ceasefire, into nuking Iran or some shit. Ay. Isn't China's ethnic unity law the thing that... Yeah. The Chinese ethnic unity law is a law that makes sure that every ethnic group in China has more or less the same level of infrastructure investments. So school, education, infrastructure, railways, access to the other parts of the country. So with ethnic unity law, they mean that no ethnic group is left behind, or is... I think that's what it was about. But of course, China is mostly Han people. Has been for a while now. Han people, sorry. I'm just gonna fact check myself to make sure I really understood what it was. It's also, yeah, right. The cynicization of ethnic minorities, but this is a Wikipedia article as well, but the thing is, an example of like this ethnic unity that wasn't really codified, but was the actions of Maoist China in Tibet, was freeing people that were subjugated by a slave society, by the Tibetan monks who were fucking exploiting them and torturing them. Just some fucking neutral thing. It's development, I guess. Anyway, Yeah, it's just assimilating Tibetans, and the assimilation itself is teaching Tibetans Mandarin, just like fucking Anglo-Canada is teaching us English. Makes it so we can speak both languages, I guess. Like the only sources from regarding what it does are like the European Parliament, Lindsey fucking Graham and Sheldon fucking Whitehouse, the U.S. senators, and the Taiwanese president, who is in the Democratic Progressive Party, right? That is fucking U.S. collaborative state. Anyway. I don't see this as an only negative thing. It's just whatever, I guess. I don't think, like, going on and saying China as a bourgeois nationalist state is, like, the most relevant thing when we're talking about a specific policy and the propagandizing of America against the Chinese state. Doesn't make it untrue, but, you know, whatever. Yo, it's been 3 hours. Yeah, free Tibet, Mao already did. Of course. Because, like it or not, most of the American political class think China is a communist threat. Even if China is a capitalist or semi-state capitalist, whatever the fuck you call it, state, where there is billionaires, private ownership of a lot of the means of production, and billionaires in the fucking party structure. Americans still see China as like this communist threat, and or propagandizing against an entire nation of people for bogus reasons. So if you're gonna criticize policy or a certain country, make sure you have a proper grasp of it. I mean, American politicians are never going to actually have a proper grasp of it because their whole career depends on lying to people. Hey, Melly mate, how's it going, man? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, I really don't get the constant defense of China, Russia. Sorry. So someone wrote to me like I'm on this Rubik's Cube server, and someone in there is into the essay and is this very staunch supporter of China, saying that it doesn't do anything to further class struggle or to further to be cynical towards China, but at the same time I think it's important to look at the concrete conditions in China, to listen to what Chinese actual Maoists are saying. When you don't have the enshrined right to strike in the constitution because it is a right worker state, but you are exploited by a capitalist that exports his commodities abroad, some issues arise, of course. Anyway, all this to say that Russia Hey, Zephyr, don't be mad because you got banned from r/Cubers, dog. Always welcomed in the GeoGuessr games, though. Yeah, the China oppressing Uyghur culture is, of course, like, there is an element of truth, as always, regarding some specific Chinese laws regarding beards in Xinjiang, but that's all I've read from, like, or heard from a better video, but I'm not, there hasn't been any concrete evidence by the Western media. And of course, the UN didn't see anything when they went to Xinjiang. What am I going on about? All this to say that the people peddling this atrocity propaganda without any evidence are the same people who refuse to denounce Zionism, are the same people who refuse to denounce the genocide of Palestinians by Israel, are the same people who support US policy towards Muslims following the 9/11. They don't care about Muslims or Uyghurs. They only care about opposing an antagonist of the United States. Oh. The Emperor is going live. This always fucking cracks me up. Stream starting soon on this channel will support Xi Jinping and Erdogan. And also the CIA. Somos Charlie Kirk. Yeah. All right. Oh, yeah. Yeah, of course, when you're raised with silver spoons in your mouth, you want socialism and you totally don't want the upholding of capitalism. What the fucking kind of bullshit is this? Ah, liberal account, right? Mr. Z. Oh no. He's a Georgist? No way. Ay. It seems like I've found a lack of reaction content. Oh, this would be good. I'm gonna save this. How do I save? Awesome. Yeah, definitely make sure to watch this. It's a video by the Communist Party of India, or a text by the Communist Party of India, Maoists, talking about China as a modern social imperialist power following capitalist restoration. Oh no, like I criticize Badam Panela all the time. I think he lacks some material analysis and class analysis, but like look at the kind of people he has to deal with. Laundering whiteness, the Badam Panela strategy. Like the kind of fucking people he has to deal with, just like Persephone Vanderwoord, is incredible. I had to deal with Persephone Vanderwoord once. She made a whole fucking video series about how I was literally worse than Hitler or something, because I defended Marxism-leninism against their stupid anarchist lies. And now I was suddenly a turf and a swerve tanky because I said that a indie PhD in Ludo-Gothic poetics and BDSM specialized in Metroidvania is not a real education. Literal fucking brainrot, dog. I'm not going to get deeper into this unless you people want the story. You know what? This is the YouTube channel. This is my my homepage. Oh, I forgot I had this channel. Have the videos been doing well? Damn. Yeah, I guess. So oh, this was a banger as well. Sorry, where is it? Can't find it. What the fuck was I posting 3 months ago, man? Ah, video not available. Might delete this. It was Chomsky. Yes, I like my own posts to boost them in the algorithm. So be it. Um, yeah, this dates back to January or February. All right. So I had made the video. Wait, is my Blue Sky account still active? 30 notifications, are you kidding me? Oh, yeah, yeah. Who are these people? 34 subscribers. Goddamn. Okay. So I made this video, right? The Marxist case against anarchism, where I argue that the anarchist conception of authority is flawed and that Marxism-Leninism offers a better alternative to capitalism than the anarchist strategy, which is non-existent. And all right, I said I made this because, like, Persephone. Okay, let me just find the comment in question, right? Of course, yes. That and Banana would benefit a lot from actually reading Marx. A lot. The analysis would be fucking incredible. It seems like it's just unlimited anti-Americanism without the necessary theory or context, whatever. What is shows? What is that? They keep adding shows, podcasts, courses, playlists, and it's all the same shit. I don't get it. Right. They said like what is it? The comment was about how they were, hi, anarchist here, and you are a Cartesian statist authoritarian, basically a big strawman. Didn't watch the video, just projecting their own American exceptionalism to me. And then that was the comment. So please don't gatekeep or exclude me, nor call for my silencing. Rather, try to understand that Marxism-Leninism is a historically exclusionary and homophobic sexist movement from Marx to Stalin to the present space and time. Actual fucking brainrot, claiming that Marxism is racist and sexist and homophobic. And then I commented like, rage with, I can make a page in Ludo-Gothic BDSM and porn artist. No, this is not an academic career. You do not have credentials. You invented your own PhD and you are not graduated from any university. I actually looked this person up and they were doing a master's in Gothic poetics and then didn't finish it apparently, and then wrote in their own bio like how do you even explain this? In the PhD. And basically it's a porn blog. And this person reminded, I'm a turf and a smurf. Isn't this thing you think it is? When the fuck did I mention trans people or radical feminism or sex workers? I'm talking about you pretending you have a PhD in Ludo-Gothic BDSM because you were saying, read my book, I wrote books. This is not a credential to talk about Marxism-Leninism in the history of world socialism. Do better. And then the person appealing to authority instead of ignoring my response to out themselves as a third and swerve. Not good look, especially for a queer person. What the fuck does me being bisexual have to do with this? So, the comments were awesome in there. Zafir, if you're still here, Parker Traeger commented, this person is spiritually Israeli, bro. Self-assigned PhD in Gundology with no citations and 1,000 porn images to peak wasterness. Yeah. And what this person does is, when you argue against them, they take it personally and call you, and try to defame you, and post your face on their porn blog. Their blog, they have a blog. It's just a bunch of fucking explicit sexual images, and then there's your face in fucking middle of it. This is straight up fucking sexual harassment or assault, whatever the fuck you want to call it. And my face wasn't this fucking porn blog. Motherfucker told me to please go on my blog to look at my arguments because I debunked you, and it's just some shit about state vampirism because everything has to be about sex, kinks, or vampires or whatever the fuck. And like portraying me as a reactionary because I don't see a porn blog as a credential, an academic credential to talk about the history or Marxism. That's all I fucking said. And then motherfucker right here, there we go. So a bunch of fucking videos about every signifier totally schools bad. Yeah, right here. Making a video about how a Zionist schools bad empanada. Defending a Zionist. What the fuck is this? Jesus Christ. Alright. The original video. Oh yeah, here. The sexual harasser with a self-proclaimed PhD in Ludo-Gothic Renegade is defaming me right there, and made a 1-hour video about me. But right now it is not available due to a defamation complaint. I made sure it wasn't available because it's utter fucking nonsense. Turned off the comments because they couldn't handle the criticism. And deleted my comments, of course. But then they made like a few other videos talking about me and Marxist-Leninism. And there you go. This is anarcho-communism. This is Marxist-Leninism. There's my fucking face on this article. And There's like SFW and NSFW version. What the fuck do you need porn images on an argument against Marxism-Leninism? Is everything sexual to you? Are you a pervert? Are you a sex offender? What the fuck kind of behavior is this? And it doesn't tell you on the website. There was no pop-up to tell you if it was the NSFW or SFW fucking version of it. Straight up just fucking porn blog with my face on it. And I sent a complaint to this person's university. I actually looked into the individual because there's legal actions to be taken in this scenario. So yeah. This person has severe mental health issues and needs to be treated by a psychiatrist or something. You don't just go around defaming people and sexually harassing them and defaming them and posting them on your porn blog because you feel personally offended by their defense of the struggle for the liberation of people in the global south and workers. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, but the FD signifier shit is incredible. Bro was saying only black people can talk about Palestine and had a whole beef with Badam Panada, and then FD signifier backtracked and adopted the points that Badam Panada had previously, while claiming it was all his own fucking reckoning. Anyway, yeah, FD signifier big time liberal Zionist before redemption for sure. But if there's one thing I'm not gonna criticize Badam Panada about, it's fucking Palestine. The guy never compromised. And never will compromise for liberal Zionism or American exceptionalism. Yeah. Like this, Anark, Bad Mouse. These are the Americans I am met with when I go on the internet. Like, fucking hell, dog. How am I supposed to have optimism for the US working class when these are people we come across? Though they clearly aren't workers in any meaningful way when they spend their time doing this shit. And I could fucking spend my own time actually doing some organizing, but yet here I am arguing with these people online. Oh my god. If you want a quick laugh, you can watch Badam Panada's video, Porn Addict Tries to Cancel Me. And like, it has to be one of the worst, most brain-rotted videos I've ever watched. Not in the sense that he was in the wrong here, in the sense that it's all a bunch of twists and turns, and you start to lose faith in humanity. Genuinely. Low Kirkinerly. Yeah, the breadtube community is absolutely just a bunch of fucking Zionists and anarchists. I'm sure, like, oh my god, there's also the Tanky Jerk subreddit where I have such a deep hatred for people who use the term tanky. It's so childish, it's so infantile. Anything but having an actual argument. It's crazy. I'll be right back and then we'll finish up this with the breadtube bullshit. Every time they're either American or West European. Mostly Americans. I mean, Zog slave. I don't see the problem with that. Is that like calling people a slave to Zionists? Like all these fucking exceptionalists, liberal Zionists, that can't dissociate themselves from defending the state of Israel. How to radicalize a slob brain? It's fucking Ethan Klein. You don't radicalize a Zionist married to an IDF soldier terrorist who lives in Israel. You don't radicalize a person like this to the left. This doesn't happen. This doesn't happen. Oh yeah, looks maxing and the rise of male-to-male transsexuals. This is totally the kind of content useful to the class struggle. Oh.
Supremacy, and they get their articles published. The biggest proponent of this white supremacist lie is Justin Cook, an assistant professor.
I don't fucking care. Oh, at least there's the non-compete video on there. They probably got mad at him for marrying a tanky. Quote unquote tanky, aka someone who wants to defend the revolution in the country they're in. I'm surprised to see Hakim videos on there. Oh, I wonder what BreadTube has to say about bad empanada. Yeah, huge asshole butt. This is the only sane take right here. I mean, he's not a serious person, and then he's one of the people who denounced Zionism the most on this fucking platform. Oh, yeah, yeah. Oh, of course. Fucking Zionist wankers saying that it's edgy or an edgelord to be anti-Zionist. What the fuck is this? Destroy the HRLF. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's all content, but Jesus Christ. Ay, ay, ay. I guess like it would be comparable, like if you're talking about Zog slaves, the same way people talk about like fucking goy slop. These fucking right-wing chuds talk about goy slop, claiming that Israel is making them like eat slop, as if they don't control their own consumption of food. Like, this has nothing to do with Israel. It has everything to do with monopoly capitalism and fucking Monsanto producing all your fucking food. We don't have any food sovereignty here. And again, these people just care about the Jews or whatever, not Israel. They're never gonna actually materially support the Palestinian struggle. Or vocally support it. What would Lenin say? What would Lenin say? I wonder what Lenin would say. I really love the term HR left, though. The HR left, the human resources left. That always wants to tone police people when talking about settler colonial apartheid genocidal regimes killing people on a massive scale. Oh. All right. What? Lenin would be obsessed with disco, Elysium, and gooning to Kim kids. What the fuck does that mean, Natalie? What the fuck does that mean? Am I unk if I don't know what that means? I don't know what gooning means, but disco, Elysium. I can't even spell it properly. Just amnesiac detective. Lenin would have a stroke playing Cyberpunk or whatever. Man, a lot of this content is straight up fucking slop. Diving into the most obscure, uninteresting cultural analysis into the most niche phenomenons. A lot of it is LARP. A lot of this is lib slop. Oh my god. Okay. At least the supporters of Graham Platner are getting censored on this subreddit, so there might actually be a good moderator. Why am I talking about subreddits? This feels like fucking nonsense. This feels like I'm wasting my time. It's the weekend though, we ball. I should actually get started on the political economy video. That would be a better use of time. Is Erdogan actually... I mean, AfD politicians... Yo, Zafir, do you think any fucking Nazi politician in the European Parliament actually goes to work? Have you seen Jordan Bardella and his behavior in the European Parliament? Bro never actually fucking works. I mean, good. One less Nazi in the Parliament, but like... Yeah. Super as bourgeois democracy, dog. Ah, there we go. CIPOML mentioned. Something I saw was the Communist Party of Austria and the Communist Party of Belgium were getting more and more traction. I see this as a good thing, of course. I just wonder what is next in this case. Are they going to gain more political power? Are they going to grow the movement? Oh my god. The Emperor's watching Hassan Piker. Brainrot censure right here. But yeah. I'm just getting a lot of tech recommendations, and all I need to say is, if you have a computer with an Intel chip, it would be worth your while to disable the Intel management engine to make sure that Israel and the USA and your local government doesn't spy on you when you're doing some organizing work, even though everything goes through their fucking servers anyway. I don't really follow any like how do I go about saying this? I know it's we have to go like to have like a global vision when it comes to the class struggle, but I'm really more interested in like the local struggle. As in, we're trying to actually link up with people in the city, in the province. We're trying to organize tenants. We're trying to organize workplaces, especially in the public sector. And this, of course, is done with other intercity collaboration and internationalism, but yeah. Regarding the HR left, it's not bad to tone police your messaging, and yeah, when we're talking about tone policing and the HRF, it's not toning down your message to talk to other people in your workplace, let's say. It is policing others, especially on the internet, that are giving out let's say an anti-Zionist message and saying, oh, you can't say this, you can't say that, it's anti-Semitic when you're talking about Israel a bit too much, let's say. Or are policing language that they find to be themselves too confrontational because they are trying to normalize the language of the colonizer. They are trying to normalize euphemisms for fucking atrocities. But regarding coworkers, right? My personal situation, I am a university student finishing my bachelor's degree in geography, and I work in a government ministry doing cartography. I'm not unionized. We don't have a union here, and it's this labor aristocracy part of the workforce where we have very good conditions and in the public sector, so people, the professionals are already unionized, but since I'm a student and I attempt, let's say, I'm not in the union. I can't pay my dues to be part of it. But when I did work at a popcorn store, let's say like several years ago, 2022, I believe. In this case, it was more about talking with my coworkers about how the bosses were cutting, let's say, on health and safety standards. Like they had this popcorn machine at the back for butter popcorn, really big machine that needed proper ventilation, and they added this carbon ventilation that didn't have an exhaust, so it just smoked up the whole place and made us choke all the fucking time. But regarding workplace organization, the strategy is one strategy that actually works is to not only work in a union, but to work in an organization of workers in a given city to infiltrate workplaces and put up union messaging in workplaces that aren't yours. That way the people who want to unionize aren't punished themselves, but to actually talk about the problems of society with people and to gradually have one-on-one conversations with them, get them into support for the working class movement as they're workers themselves. Yep. I don't know about reactionary weirdos that are upset they changed the flag of Canada since, like, we're in Quebec here. To Quebec sit, like we have to say, to any Anglo-speaking Brit boning swine that comes to our God-given land. No, I'm sorry. Mais ouais. Since you have an actual organization external to worker unions that isn't pressured by the bourgeoisie, pressured by the forces of the capitalists to tune down your message or your demands, to link up workplaces together, workplace organization, and to also organize tenants against their landlords and to build community. Anyway. Oh, Mally, I'm with you on that one. Like, what I do is cartography work on a computer. Like, it's the map backend for all municipalities in the province. Like, we update roads, addresses, and so on and so forth. There's no actual, like, immediate concrete material value. But it's a public service, I guess. So yeah. Hello, hello. Unfortunately, the stream is on its way out since it's been 4 hours, I think. Jesus Christ, 4 hours and 20. I need to get a life, dog, and to actually start work on this. Oh yeah. Yeah, of course. But us, like the Communist Party, well, the NCPC here is kind of underground. There's also the Partisans Québécois, the PMLQ. There's also the CPC, the CPCML. Just a bunch of communist parties that none of them currently have the potential to be vanguard parties. None of them have the capacities of a few of them have the ambition. Barely any of them are doing actual work, or are doing some on each other, on their own end. So it's hard to see where this is all going. Yeah. That's the thing. I think the online organizing, right? Hold on. Yeah. If we're gonna organize online, of course, nothing can be only online. If you organize only online, it's not organizing, it's LARPing. If you do actual work on the ground, then you can build the actual capacity to organize online and link up with other parties and to coordinate action. But only online is entertainment, or at best personal education or education of others. We need to chill out with the acronyms. I don't know what the PCMML is. I know the CIPOML, Communist International of Parties. Huh? I know it's the anti-revisionist. It's international, but what the fuck is this? Why is there a tung sahur on my screen? No way.
เอ้าสักน้อย
แตกเหรอกินอย่างเงี้ย
Sorry, minute of Brainrot right here. What is a communizer? I know there are a lot of very strange tendencies popping up. Most of them are online. You're gonna talk to people in real life, and they're not gonna be like this. I feel like I shit on enough people you talk to online who have weird takes or talk about only weird specific things all the time. They're not gonna do this shit in real life. When it's time to link up with actual works. Oh, why are we talking about... I'm gonna look this up. A communizer. What, the immediate abolition of capitalist relations? That doesn't happen? Okay, so a rejection of the transitional period. Basically ultra left. And then someone starts talking about how it's the abolition of the difference between city and countryside. What? Madeline Pendleton. God damn it. Not really anarchist theory, because anarchists don't have the analysis of capitalist political economy that Marxists have, while communizers understand political economy and of capitalism. So what? You analyze the theory and then you go on about whatever? She's a job. Good old anti-Soviet, anti-Lenin line. The anti-Lenin line is crazy, though. Who the hell is Spontex? Is that a sponge company? Mao-Spontex. What the fuck is this? Oh. Maoism and spontaneity? Oh, they were alluding to the cleaning power of the Spontex sponge. So they're naming their movement off of a brand. Oh, TikTok. Yeah, I don't have TikTok anymore. But I came across this. Mao-Spontex. The term Mao-Spontex designs a political current between Marxism and the libertarian movement in Occidental Europe in the 60s and 70s. This neologism is a composed word of Maoism and spontaneity. The complete and exact writing of this term would be Mao-Spontaneity. The term is sometimes employed by militants that belong to other sectors of the far left or the ultra left as a pejorative allusion to the cleaning power of the Spontex sponge. What the fuck? Did these people actually beat up communist students with metal bars? Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. DSA Maoists. Oh, yeah. So, claiming to be a Maoist while LARPing as a spontaneous, whatever the fuck it's called, is one of the funniest things I've heard all week. Yeah, not working is going to overthrow capitalism, right? As we all know, socialism is when no one works. And the state gives you everything. No one grows food, it grows by itself. We're going to AI generate our food. Ooh, no. Why did France beat Paraguay? As if I care for the World Cup. Fucking destructive event. Really destructive. Goddamn. Estimated 1.4 million Russian soldiers were killed since the war began. I think I might have seriously underestimated the scale of the conflicts in Eastern Europe. Russia-Ukraine war. I love how this has nothing to do with... I see y'all. See y'all later. Is there a map? I want the map. Seems like the map hasn't changed for the last like 3 or 4 years. There was one big offensive and then... not much. Alright, anyway, on this discussion of spontaneity and Mao-Spontex, I want to wish to all Americans a very bad 4th of July. I hope the USA collapses into a bunch of ruins. No, I hope the working people of the USA can start seeing the light and fucking get organized and use their Second Amendment to actually challenge this capitalist imperial state of the USA. And I'm going to be on my way out because this is way too long of a stream. Longest I've ever done. So yeah, thank you all for watching. And yeah, if you want another watch, there's the imperialism video I released yesterday. Otherwise, start writing the political economy video. Bye.